Chapter 11:19. How could a group of earth giants laugh? Qin Feng signaled with his eyes. Yi Ding immediately nodded and stood up to lead some earth giants to rearrange, build the temple, and arrange the tribe's affairs. However, it was obvious that Yi Ding couldn't do it alone. Perhaps I should summon the people of the primordial tree tribe. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. But before that, I still have to appease these higher-ups. Qin Feng glanced at the group of Bronzebeard village higher-ups that he had left behind. Pure coercion couldn't win over people's hearts. Using kindness and authority was the way of the king. At this moment, some of the higher-ups of Bronzebeard village were looking at Qin Feng uneasily. They didn't know how this demon would torture them. The temple was the symbol of a tribe's establishment. Don't underestimate the temple. It wasn't an ordinary building. According to the information obtained from the primordial tree tribe, the temple was an important symbol of a tribe's prosperity. It had an ability that exceeded the expectations of ordinary people. It could suppress providence. That's right, it could suppress the providence of a tribe. It could form a special fire seed according to the strength of a tribe. The fire seed and the surname were of the same origin. This was very similar to the ancient times in Qin Feng's impression. The fire seed formed by the providence was naturally related to the strength of the tribe. According to the prosperity of the tribe, the fire seed was divided into 7 colors. The lowest grade was the gray fire seed. The 6th grade was the white fire seed. The 5th grade was the red fire seed. The 4th grade was the green fire seed. The 3rd grade was the golden fire seed. The 2nd grade was the purple fire seed. As for the 1st grade, no one had seen it before. However, it was rumored that the 1st grade fire seed was extremely mysterious and had incredible mysterious abilities that couldn't be understood. Generally speaking, the fire seed of each tribe, even if it was the same clan, would have different powers. They had different natures. Qin Feng had seen the fire seed of the primordial tree tribe. The fire seed of the primordial tree tribe was of the earth attribute. The fire seed could give ordinary earth giants the power of the earth. It was more intimate with the earth. Cultivating the earth attribute techniques and bloodlines would yield twice the results with half the effort. This was only the power of the gray fire seed. The white flame above was even more powerful and had even more abilities. Qin Feng had heard that some powerful fire seeds could produce abilities similar to a divine realm. Furthermore, the leader of a tribe could borrow the luck of the fire seed to comprehend the heavens and earth. His comprehension of the laws had increased. This was also what Qin Feng and Yi Ding coveted the most. A group of people went to build the shrine. The other group of people ran off to hunt and prepare offerings. When a tribe was established, sacrifices had to be made to the heavens as well as to the ancestor gods. Only by gaining the approval of heaven and earth and the approval of the ancestor gods could the tribe be considered to be truly born. Without the recognition of heaven and earth and the ancestor god, a tribe would only have the name of a tribe, but not the reality of a tribe. Finally, it was time to attend the ceremony. Attending the ceremony wasn't that important. It was just a supplementary condition. Whether or not there were people around to observe the ceremony and acknowledge one's status, it wouldn't affect anything. However, according to etiquette, Qin Feng still sent people to invite the surrounding tribes. This included the primordial tree tribe and the silver tribe. However, in order to prevent these people from disappearing without a trace, each of them was rewarded with a restriction. If they ran away without permission, they would be punished so badly that they would beg for death. Everything was going on the right track. During this time, Qin Feng made some arrangements for the huge oasis. In Qin Feng's opinion, it was a waste for such a huge oasis to fall into the hands of the Bronzebeard village barbarians. The arrangements on the ground were too crude. The earth veins were blocked, and the spirit veins and spirit roots were arranged without any order. It was a waste of such a precious land. One had to know that the shrine was built on top of the spirit veins. Not only was it related to the tribe's providence, but it also had a lot to do with the earth veins and feng shui. A good earth vein could provide the tribe's fire seed with unparalleled power. If the Bronzebeard village could make full use of a good earth vein like this oasis, the fire seed's power would increase by at least several times. It was impossible for Qin Feng to kill the Bronzebeard king, who had the fire seed's power so easily. Compared to the ignorant Bronzebeard village barbarians, Qin Feng, as a demigod array grandmaster, was naturally an expert. The huge spirit veins were opened up one by one, connected, and turned into a top-notch feng shui array formation. With this arrangement, the entire oasis was changing every moment. Once the central shrine returned and suppressed the terrain, it would become a true sacred realm. The Primordial Tree Tribe. In the Primordial Tree Shrine carved by the giant, Queen Mother Earth and Elder Yuan Shi had the same expression as they held the invitation. They thought that Qin Feng might defeat the Bronzebeard king and occupy the Bronzebeard tribe. However, they still found it hard to believe when they held the invitation letter. The famous Bronzebeard tribe had perished. "Your Highness, are we going?" Elder Yuan Shi was a little worried. Queen Mother Earth glanced at this elder. She knew what this elder was worried about. "I'm afraid the Yuan Shi tribe can't be saved unless we retreat from this sandbar." Queen Mother Earth sighed secretly. In fact, regardless of whether Qin Feng or Bronzebeard King won, the outcome was destined. The Primordial Tree Tribe would still fall, unless the Primordial Tree Tribe retreated from this sandbar. However, retreating from the sandbar was easier said than done. Not to mention the terrifying primordial monsters hidden under the yellow sand, it was hard to guarantee that other tribes wouldn't take advantage of the situation during the retreat. Such a migrating tribe would be a fat piece of meat in the eyes of some powerful tribes. If they encountered a raiding group formed by those invaders on the way, their fate would be even more miserable. "Go, we have to go." Queen Mother Earth made up her mind. "And we have to bring everyone in the tribe, young and old." "Your Highness, are you?" Elder Yuan Shi looked at his queen in a daze. He found it hard to believe and was a little unwilling. Queen Mother Earth's expression was firm and unquestionable. "Go and prepare." The Silver Tribe. The Silver Tribe was famous for its unique spiritual roots. The silver jade bamboo had the appearance of silver. It was abnormally tall, and the bamboo shoots were like jade. At this moment, surrounded by a large patch of silver jade bamboo, many experts of the Silver Tribe gathered in the village of the Silver Tribe. In the middle of the hall, a pale golden invitation letter was placed on a spiritual wood table in front of the Silver King. Who is this heavenly king, primordial beginning? How did he suddenly seize the foundation of the Bronzebeard king? Yeah, it's too strange. The Bronzebeard king is not weak, and he has the help of the white fire seed. He can be said to be a true level 15 expert. With the help of the tribe's fire seed, ordinary level 15 experts can't do anything to him. I've never heard of him. In the hall, many experts frowned as they looked at the invitation letter and discussed animatedly. I'm afraid that Heavenly King Primordial Beginning is another outsider. On the throne, the Silver King looked up and saw a silver-robed elder on the left sighing. This person can kill the Bronzebeard King and seize the foundation of the Bronzebeard King. I'm afraid our Silver Tribe will be in trouble from now on. It seems that we have to strike first to gain the initiative. Otherwise, our Silver Tribe will be in danger. Many experts of the Silver Tribe whispered to each other with uneasy expressions. On the throne, the Silver King's eyes flashed coldly. On the right, an expert stood up from his seat. Everyone, we have to strike first. Since this person can threaten the Silver Tribe, we can't tolerate him. We have to unite the surrounding tribes and kill him before he can react. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1120. The tribe collapsed, the old order disintegrated, and was replaced by a new hierarchy and a new order. There was no doubt that the tall divine temple in the central basin of the Fresh Wind Oasis was the representative building of the new order. It represented the highest authority of the new tribe. Shrill screams could still be heard from time to time in front of the tribe. However, most of the land giants had gradually let go of the uneasiness, apprehension, and resistance in their hearts. Qin Feng's tactics played a huge role. After using his absolute strength to deter, he then used various methods to divide and draw them to his side. How could the experts of a small tribe like the Bronze Beard tribe resist the various methods of Qin Feng, the ancestor of the demonic Tao? Divide a group, draw a group, and suppress a group. How could a group of primitive giants resist the establishment of a clear hierarchy, sound rules, and reasonable distribution of benefits? In the new stronghold, the remaining 5 14th level experts sat on elders' seats with relaxed expressions and whispered to each other from time to time. It was obvious that they had gradually accepted Qin Feng's rule in their hearts. This was a change brought about by benefits. At the head of the group, Tong Yun closed his eyes. His divine sense seemed to have penetrated through a layer of space-time and entered a dark area. In the area, a huge divine temple was suppressing it. This formless law domain was expanding, perfecting, and pervading. This was the law domain born from the divine temple. Although it was still somewhat illusory, it encompassed the entire fresh wind oasis. It relied on the oasis and the earth veins and spirit veins within tens of thousands of miles of the oasis. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Numerous small temples were formed above the earth veins and spirit veins. These temples suppressed the nodes of the earth veins and spirit veins. Tong Yun's divine sense entered one of the temples. Although the temple was small, it was complete. There was a statue in the center of the temple. When Tong Yun's divine sense entered the statue, it opened its eyes as if it had flesh and blood. He could feel the vitality of the earth veins and spirit veins around him. With a thought, he could mobilize the power of the earth veins and spirit veins to cultivate or strengthen himself. He could even feel a portion of the incense in the divine temple surging in the direction of the earth veins and entering the depths of his spirit to nourish it. This cultivation speed was more than 3 times faster than before. The new chief is indeed bold. He's using the earth veins as a network and the divine temple as a foundation to establish a law domain. He's like a true god. Not only will the earth veins last for a long time, but as the Yangsher tribe expands, the underworld law domain will also grow larger. As the existences that suppress the earth veins will become stronger and stronger. One day, we might even break through our limits and become kings. Tong Yun's expression was filled with admiration. This was simply a pioneering work since the creation of the world. Heavenly grotto heavens could be open like this. The benefits were too great. In his divine sense, most of the blessings from the surrounding earth veins, spirit veins, and tribes were gathered on the divine hall at the center of the law domain. The divine hall was like a sun in the law domain, exuding an extraordinary power. Next in line was the temple of the deputy patriarch, Yiding. His temple stood on the side of the temple and looked like a small sun. However, in terms of splendor, it could not compare to the temples of the 5 14th Order powerhouses. 5 14th Order powerhouses. Tong Yun's, Tong Wan's, Tong An's, Tong Ying's, and Tong Luan's temples each stood on key nodes of the New Wind Oasis's earth veins and spirit veins. They were like giant moonlight in the dark law domain. Next were the higher-ups of the Copperbeard tribe, who were more powerful. Most of them had their own positions in the law domain. The new chief called the law domain the underworld law domain, not to mention the fact that one could cultivate with the help of the earth veins and spirit veins. Just the prospect of the underworld law domain was tempting. In the center of the underworld law domain, in the divine hall that was as bright as the sun, Qin Feng projected a bit of his divine sense into the divine hall and transformed into the appearance of an emperor. The blessings from the earth veins and spirit veins nourished a creation pool in the center of the divine hall. Above the pool, a faint gray flame shadow was taking shape. It was a tribe's fire seed. This fire seed gathered the hearts and minds of the people in the tribe, and even the tribe's blessings and destiny. Earth Veins' blessings and destiny. Evidently, the tribe had just been established, and the hearts and minds of the people were still barely satisfactory. The black-robed emperor that looked like Qin Feng revealed a smile on his face. The underworld law domain is a special type of divine kingdom. Back then, underworld ancestor Wang Daoi used it to establish the foundation of billions of underworld ghost kingdom laws. The divine tree continents, earth veins, and spirit veins are frighteningly rich. It's really a good place to establish the underworld. The most important thing is that these foreign races don't know how to make use of it. Unlike the spirit sea continent, the sects and clans will lock onto the earth veins and spirit veins to establish all kinds of strange grotto heavens and nations. They don't have the foundation of the underworld law domain at all. If I can sweep the underworld law domain across this continent, I can borrow its luck and destiny to become the underworld earthly emperor. Even if I can't become a heaven-defying overgod, becoming a greater heaven-defying overgod wouldn't be a problem. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with excitement. A king. That was an existence not weaker than a true demon god. And once one became a king, one would have the qualifications to become a god king. Among the demon gods, only a god king was qualified to covet the position of a lord. A god king was the foundation of becoming a lord. At the center of the underworld, in a small sun, in a temple, there was a strange fluctuation of laws that filled the temple. Yi Ding was familiar with the special energy fluctuation. His eyes were filled with amazement. The underworld law domain is really an incredible power. It can actually use the earth veins and spirit veins to form such a special place of reincarnation. If the underworld gods and demon gods knew about this, they would definitely go crazy. This is simply a great path for the underworld gods and demon gods to become lords of the underworld. He closed his eyes slightly. He could feel a strange authority gathering in this dark underworld law domain. It was a strange authority. It seemed to be able to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth. After the living beings of this world died, their souls would return to heaven and earth and be digested by the laws of heaven and earth. However, there was still a portion of resentment, curses, and unwillingness in the depths of their souls that couldn't be digested by the laws of heaven and earth. They were like toxins that accumulated in the laws of heaven and earth, affecting the growth of the laws of heaven and earth. It was silent. When it reached a certain level, it would cause a great disaster once it erupted. However, the appearance of the underworld law domain was a turning point. The underworld law domain could absorb the resentment and curses in the depths of these souls, transform them, and evolve them into the earth veins energy. The energy of the spirit veins would then return to the earth. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. There was a cycle of reincarnation in heaven and earth. This would greatly benefit the growth of the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Qin Feng was tirelessly opening up the underworld and perfecting it. In heaven and earth, a pair of eyes of an ancient existence watched Qin Feng's actions with joy. My path is complete. There's more later. Chapter 1121. In the center of the continent, on top of a towering ancient tree, a graceful figure like the bright moon raised her head and looked into the void with a cold and beautiful face. In a place where all the experts couldn't sense. In the depths of the laws of heaven and earth, countless pitch-black substances surged like a long river, suppressing the growth of the laws of heaven and earth. Every growth of the laws of heaven and earth required 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more effort. There were even cracks that couldn't bear the weight and seemed like it would collapse at any time. However, the pitch-black fingers that were as thick as the bottom of the river for millions of years were pried open, and wisps of black chi surged towards a strange pitch-black law domain. The law domain continuously digested, swallowed, and transformed the black chi into a new type of law that supplemented the laws of heaven and earth and accelerated their transformation. She closed her eyes, and the entire continent seemed to be a burden that was about to be released. A joy that came from the depths of her heart grew from the towering ancient tree. I really didn't expect that the last problem that I couldn't solve from the primordial age to the present would be solved by a little guy who just came in. Although the kingdom called the underworld has just been born and only slightly shakes the mud formed by millions of years of sin, resentment, and hatred, I can already see hope. With some time, it will be completely resolved. I've already touched the threshold of the over-God realm. She opened her eyes, and her star-like, beautiful eyes landed on Qin Feng. She couldn't conceal the trace of praise in her eyes. The Nine Nether tribe, everything in the new tribe, was proceeding in an orderly manner. Outside, the task of welcoming the spectating forces was naturally handed over to Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong, and Tong Ying, and Tong Lun. It was enough for them to receive the surrounding small tribes. Qin Feng was hidden deep in the underworld, comprehending the new netherworld laws. Through the birth of the new laws, he comprehended the changes and turned them into resources for his own advancement. The rich netherworld laws manifested. Qin Feng had once controlled the mysterious underworld Blackwater, and the mysterious underworld laws were a power that focused on the netherworld laws. Comprehending the changes of the netherworld laws had great benefits for the mysterious underworld laws. In Qin Feng's body, the divine sun transformed from the water origin law was bathed in the new netherworld laws, and countless water origin laws were colliding. The part of the water origin source laws that was related to the profound underworld profound truths was rapidly growing. He absorbed some of the mysteries related to the mysterious underworld, Ein Chill, absolute freeze, ice seal, and so on to replenish himself. Vast and mighty divine brilliance rose and fell from Qin Feng's body, sprinkling all over the ninth underworld, expelling endless darkness, being illuminated by this extremely intense divine radiance. In the nine underworlds' underworld, many buildings were gradually changing. Mountains appeared in the underworld as if they were real, and rivers of the underworld were formed purely by the descent of the Yin Qi in the world. It was extremely beneficial to Yin gods and underworld gods. The biggest change was still the divine palace Qin Feng resided in. After being exposed to the divine radiation, it became even taller and more majestic, and many palaces were born. These palaces seemed to be related to the authority of the underworld, and they were not floating objects. The pool of fortune in the center of the hall was also changing. The fire seed was changing as well, its color changing from gray to pale white. The embryonic form of a vortex appeared in the center, as if it was communicating with the laws of heaven and earth, and was about to transform into a reincarnation pool. Qin Feng opened his eyes slightly and looked at the embryonic form of the vortex. There should also be supreme treasures in the underworld that could suppress the underworld. These reincarnation pools seem to be formed by the laws of heaven and earth, as well as natural providence and destiny. This was the first supreme treasure to be born in the ninth underworld. This was extremely impressive. Qin Feng was even more confused. According to his knowledge, even if a true divine kingdom was created, no supreme treasures would be born. Only when a divine kingdom evolved into a chaotic divine kingdom would there be a 1 in 10,000 chance of a supreme treasure being born. Although this underworld was created by combining the earth veins and spirit veins within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, it shouldn't have given birth to a supreme treasure. Furthermore, it was a reincarnation pool that contained the laws of reincarnation. In the future, the reincarnation pool was extremely famous as one of the few supreme treasures born from the laws of the underworld, and it was in the hands of the Dark Patriarch. Qin Feng guessed, could it be that when I created the ninth underworld, I intercepted the Dark Patriarch's opportunity? Qin Feng's expression was a little strange. However, it would take a long time for the reincarnation pool to take shape. At least before Qin Feng controlled tens of thousands of kilometers of land, it would be impossible for it to take shape. Rustle, rustle. Just then, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Footsteps sounded outside the Netherworld Temple. A 14th-level elder walked in. When Tong Ying saw Qin Feng, he bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. The guests are already waiting outside. On the Emperor's throne, Qin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded. I understand. You go first. I'll be there soon. Tong Ying nodded slightly and retreated. Inside the ninth underworld tribe, colorful ribbons fluttered in the wind, and endless bells and drums sounded. An endless stream of guests arrived from all directions. At the door, Elder Tong Yun, Elder Tong Wan, and Elder Tong were laughing so hard that their muscles were stiff. Lord Huaishan of the Huaishan tribe has arrived. Lord Qinghe of the Qinghe tribe has arrived. Lord Tianying of the Tianying tribe has arrived. Along with the chanting, more and more tribes arrived. Most of them were small tribes like the primordial tree tribe. Tong Yun, you're really vigorous despite your age. A new tribe has just been established. I wonder who your new king is. This patriarch is also quite curious as to who was able to subdue all of you arrogant soldiers. Rumor has it that the new king is an invader. Is that true? If that's the case, we, the Earth Giants, can't submit to an invader. Some of the experts were obviously up to no good. You're welcome. You'll meet our king soon. The ninth underworld tribe has just been established, and we haven't been a good host. We found some spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. Everyone have a few drinks. At the door, Tong Yun was still smiling. He wasn't angry. Everyone please. Tong Lun, who was in charge of receiving guests, walked out. His face was as cold as a statue. Many of the experts' expressions changed. They were obviously surprised. More of them were afraid. It wasn't easy to subdue all the experts of the Bronze Beard Stronghold in such a short time. Their hearts were heavy. It's so lively. The people of the primordial tree tribe were looking at the leaders of the various forces who arrived one after another above the sea of sand in the distance, under a huge jade-like banana tree. That young Master Qin Feng is quite capable. Yeah, there's so many tribes. There are also people from the demon race and the Khanate human tribe. Many young earth giants were full of respect and admiration. Elder Yuan sure sneered at the side. I'm afraid they're not here as guests. Elder Yuan Shi's eyes were indifferent. These people were here to observe the ceremony. Their real purpose was to test the situation. Queen Mother Earth looked at the smiling leaders of the tribes and shook her head. They're not just testing. I'm afraid they're up to no good. How can these people be willing to have a retired emperor appear above them? The Bronzebeard stronghold was as stable as a rock. Now that the ninth underworld tribe has just been established, it's at its weakest. There's more later. Chapter 1122. That's right, the Silver Tribe hasn't shown up yet. Elder Yuan sure nodded. Similarly, in the eyes of Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong and Tong Ying, and Tong Luan, the small tribes that came here were all insignificant, regardless of whether they were Tianying tribe, Huaishan tribe, Qinghe tribe, Yuanmu tribe, Zhejiang tribe, Dark Thunder tribe, or other small tribes. The ninth underworld king was nothing compared to them. Only the Silver Tribe's attitude was worthy of the five elders' attention. At this moment, rolling thunder came from the horizon. The Silver Tribe's Silver King has arrived. The Mountain River Tribe's Mountain River King has arrived. The Boulder Tribe's Boulder King has arrived. The Thousand Eye Tribe's Thousand Eye King has arrived. The Yinling Tribe's Yinling King has arrived. 5 loud voices rolled out from the void, carrying a terrifying majesty that surpassed the heavens and the earth. At this moment, almost all the leaders of the small tribes looked at the void in shock. 5 blazing suns suddenly appeared above the ninth underworld tribe like flowing lights. Vast and mighty power was displayed, shocking the sky for 100,000 li. Many leaders of the small tribes were horrified. The Silver Tribe's Silver King was one thing. However, the leaders of the Mountain River Tribe, Boulder Tribe, Thousand Eye Tribe, and Yinling Tribe had all arrived. These 4 tribes were not inferior to the Silver Tribe in any way. The 4 leaders of the tribes were all famous level 15 super powerhouses. However, the Mountain River Tribe, Boulder Tribe, Thousand Eye Tribe, and Yinling Tribe were not on this sandbank. They were tens of thousands of miles away from this sandbank. Why did they appear together with the Silver King? Moreover, it was during the ninth Underworld Tribe ceremony. For a time, the leaders of many small tribes revealed slightly unusual expressions, and there were even many experts who faintly revealed slightly unusual expressions as they looked at the experts of the Ninth Hell tribe. At the entrance, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong and Tong Ying, and Tong Luan inhaled sharply. 5 super powerhouses had arrived at the same time, and judging from their auras, it didn't seem like they were simply here to observe the ceremony, especially the Mountain River King, who was a super powerhouse whose name shook the surrounding few prefectures. Why? Is no one here to welcome you? Does the Ninth Underworld King not know how to treat guests? In the void, a heavy and cold voice sounded. Many of the tribe leaders present subconsciously looked at the 5 elders, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong and Tong Ying, and Tong Luan. The 5 elders had ugly expressions on their faces. After exchanging glances with each other, Tong Yun took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the stronghold. Experts, my king. Scram! The huge figure struck Tong Yun like a bolt of lightning. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Tong Yun's body flew out like a cannonball and collided with a tall banana spirit root. With a cracking sound, the banana spirit root that required a few people to wrap their arms around suddenly broke in half. Tong Yun fell to the ground with a loud crash. He crawled up and glanced at the top of his head. A trace of anger flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood that faintly contained fragments of his internal organs. A mere rank 14 powerhouse like you dares to stand out and talk to us? You're courting death. A cold voice came from the 5 figures in the void that were as stalwart as the sun. So strong. The expressions of the remaining experts of the Ninth Hell tribe went grim, and they actually didn't dare move forward to help Tong Yun up for a time. Many people from smaller tribes had gloating expressions on their faces. There were even people who were eager to give it a try. How dare you hit my people? You're quite bold. At this moment, a cold voice came from within the stronghold. It was like a gust of extremely cold wind that blew into the hearts of the experts present. It was so cold that it sent chills down their spines. While everyone's expressions changed, they realized that a black-robed young man had appeared beside Tong Yun. The black-robed young man glanced at Tong Yun and helped him up slightly. My king! Tong Yun had a respectful expression and wanted to say something. Qin Feng waved his hand. His eyes looked above the void. You should act like a guest. Does bullying the weak show off your abilities? All of you scram. A trace of chilliness flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. One of his hands stretched out in the void. Crack, 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 crack. The crisp sound of glass being torn apart suddenly rang in everyone's ears. At first, it was a light breeze, but it soon turned into a howling gale that reached the depths of one's soul. It was as though one's soul was being torn apart by this sound. Oh no! Above the void, the Silver King, the Mountain River King, the Boulder King, the Thousand-Eyed King, and the Yinling King suddenly looked above their heads. The void vibrated, and time seemed to have stopped. An invisible giant palm suddenly appeared above their heads. A terrifying aura gushed out from the depths of the void. The terrifying shockwave directly drowned the divine souls of the 5 super experts. The giant palm that blotted out the sky suddenly came crashing down. The 5 super experts were shocked. They couldn't even react in time and were suddenly slammed to the ground. Boom! The sea of sand within a radius of thousands of miles cracked. Huge cracks spread from the center of the palm all the way to the ground. The huge sea of sand was torn apart like a spider's web. The terrifying power directly tore apart countless cracks that were thousands of feet deep in the sea of sand in front of Freshwind Oasis. They extended to the depths of the earth, as though they were about to reach the abyss of hell. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't move their eyes away. They stared blankly at everything, as though they had waited for an incomparably long time, or as though it happened in the next second. Countless sand and dust dispersed. 5 half-sunken giants in ragged clothes appeared before everyone's eyes. Are those 5 super experts? I think so. I recognize the Silver King. Everyone almost couldn't believe their eyes, especially the 5 elders, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong, and Tong Ing, and Tong Luan. Their eyes were shining. To the tribe, a king with extraordinary strength was simply too important. The five elders had never been so confident about the future of the Nine Nether tribe. The five super experts' faces were gloomy, but more of them were furious and flustered. Qin Feng's strength was far beyond their imagination. One palm, just one palm, and the five of them were slammed to the ground without even the ability to resist. Qin Feng leisurely walked out of the door, facing the unsightly gazes of the five supreme experts as he calmly spoke. That's right. You should act like a guest. What's with the high and mighty attitude? With a wave of his hand, five pale blue divine lights suddenly penetrated the void. The Silver King, the Mountain River King, the Boulder King, the Thousand-Eyed King, and the Yinling King's expressions changed abruptly. Their figures flashed and disappeared into the ground almost at the same time. However, the five pale blue streams of light seemed to have cut through time and space and accurately landed on the five super experts' bodies. Splat! The five figures suddenly stopped below the ground. What the hell is this? Amidst their fear, icy blue lotuses bloomed under their flesh and blood, extracting their vitality. The five of them tried their best to resist, but there was a kind of severe coldness in the lotuses, as well as a power that corroded their flesh and divine souls, making their resistance weak. That was the power of mysterious underworld. After Qin Feng had a partial understanding of the netherworld law, the mysterious underworld law had made great progress, although it had yet to form the mysterious underworld law. However, it allowed the power of life absorption to become more diversified and more powerful. Qin Feng smiled slightly and waved his hand. Boom! The ground was torn apart, and five huge figures covered in roots appeared in front of everyone like dumplings. Seeing what happened to the five super experts, many of the leaders of the smaller tribes trembled. Qin Feng's gaze fell on the five elders, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong, and Tong Ying, and Tong Luan. Five elders, treat these five guests well. Don't let the guests feel that the Nine Nether tribe is neglecting our guests. Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong, and Tong Ying, and Tong Luan's eyes lit up, and they immediately understood. We will definitely make the five leaders of the tribes feel at home. The five of them chuckled and glanced at the leaders of the smaller tribes around them. The leaders of the smaller tribes kept quiet out of fear. They only felt that the five elders' smiles were extremely ferocious and cruel. Chapter 11:23. The establishment of a new tribe, whether it was worshipping the ancestors or the heavens, was not a simple matter. It was complicated and extraordinarily serious. Fortunately, as the king of the Nine Nether tribe, Qin Feng's identity, status, and strength had long transcended everything. Other than worshipping the ancestors and personally presiding over the worship of the heavens and the earth, the other matters were left to the 514th level elders under him. However, even so, Qin Feng was impatient. The worship ceremony is complete on the heaven worship altar, which reached into the clouds. As the final ceremony was completed, Qin Feng was invigorated. He then sensed that the weather above his head changed, and an invisible and majestic force went straight to the altar from the void. With a thought, the pale white fire seed in the underworld reincarnation pool flew into the altar like a stream of light, almost without Qin Feng's command. The invisible and majestic force was poured into the pale white fire seed. The fire seed surged and instantly grew several times larger. At the same time, under the altar, wisps of providence rose from the tribe and the earth and gathered toward the fire seed. Allegiance of the people. Qin Feng glanced around. Under the altar, under the leadership of the five elders, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong, and Tong Ying, and Tong Luan, all the people of the Bronze Beard tribe were prostrating on the ground and worshipping the fire seed with the highest ceremony. To Qin Feng's surprise, there were many leaders of small tribes outside who also followed suit and bowed. A lot of providence also surged out from their bodies and merged into the fire seed of the tribe. The most conspicuous ones were the primordial tree tribes, Queen Mother Earth, and the others. At least he knows when to advance and when to retreat. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Little did they know that after the Silver King, Mountain River King, Boulder King, Thousand Eye King, and Yinling King were captured in one fell swoop. These small tribes had lost their will to fight since long ago, and many of them had the intention of relying on the Ninth Hell tribe. In the Divine Tree continent, which had inherited the culture of the ancient times, it was natural for the weak to submit to the strong. Furthermore, having a super expert overseeing the situation was much better than having to live in fear every day, fearing that they would be wiped out. As long as that king was not too cruel and vicious, there would naturally be tribes that would seek refuge with him. In Qin Feng's eyes, the originally pale, white fire seed was supported by the power of the heavens and earth, and with the blessing of the tribe's destiny, it was instantly dyed with a joyous red light. Red fire seed. At this moment, Qin Feng was not the only one who showed a hint of joy. Most of the experts in the Ninth Hell tribe were overjoyed. Gray fire seed, white fire seed, red fire seed, cyan fire seed, golden fire seed, purple fire seed. The red fire seed was already at the 3rd level. The Bronzebeard tribe wasn't at their peak either. The pale fire seed was dyed red by the faint red light. Qin Feng clearly felt that the structure of the tribe seemed to have undergone a qualitative change, which was especially obvious in the underworld law domain. Qin Feng closed his eyes. Under the ground, the underworld law domain rapidly expanded. The underworld law domain, which was originally only a few thousand miles wide, rapidly covered the surrounding earth veins and spirit veins in the sea of sand. It absorbed the yin qi from the ground and transformed it into pitch-black underworld earth. It pushed forward layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, it had exceeded 10,000 miles of the yellow sand territory. It gradually slowed down beyond 10,000 miles and maintained at around 11,000 miles. At the same time, waves of earth qi surged into the underworld law domain, causing the underworld qi in the law domain to soar. In the center of the reincarnation pool, the reincarnation channel was gradually taking shape. It emitted a strange power. Some of the vengeful spirits, resentment, and yin qi that lingered in the yellow sand silently fell into the reincarnation channel. As he absorbed this strange power, Qin Feng clearly felt that the reincarnation passage would become a little more stable and the foundation of the underworld law domain would become a little more stable. At the same time, the reincarnation pool's power increased by a little. In the various divine halls, Qin Feng, Yi Ding, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong, and Tong Ying, and Tong Luan's authority was further strengthened. There seems to be some kind of authority gathering in my body. In the village, Yi Ding closed his eyes and sent his divine sense into the temple in the underworld. He felt that there seemed to be an authority born from the laws of the world gathering in his spirit. Underworld spirit envoys, soul capture, devour, and soul devouring. His eyes flashed with a strange light. On the heaven worship platform, Qin Feng also felt it. His divine sense entered the divine hall and turned into a strange divine talisman that was faintly fused with the laws of the world and the underworld. The divine talisman was like a divine sun. Through the divine sun, transformed from the divine talisman, he seemed to be able to control the entire underworld and even interfere with a special law in the outside world. Underworld King Authority? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. System comprehension. The Underworld King Authority was quite comprehensive and included many things, including soul control, soul binding, soul capture, soul judgment, yin qi control, reincarnation, and many other law authorities. It's a pity that I don't control the Underworld King Authority myself. It's only because I was the first to establish the underworld law domain in this world. It's an authority bestowed by the laws of the world. Once I leave, the Underworld King Authority will definitely be stripped away. Qin Feng opened his eyes and felt a little regretful. However, I can still comprehend it, and comprehend it by analogy. It might be able to improve my water origin source law and space origin source law to a higher level. The underworld's authorities were all born from the underworld law and involved the profundities of the laws. Even a little bit of authority could benefit him greatly. Qin Feng's divine sense swept across the vast underworld law domain. He wasn't the only one who obtained a part of the authority born from the underworld. In the remaining temples, some of the experts who acted as the underworld gods also had the power of laws. Among them were Yi Ding, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong and Tong Ying, Tong Luan, and some of the experts from the Nine Hells tribe. However, most of the authorities were related to the underworld and were related to souls, Yin Shi, and so on. They were suppressed by the underworld king authority. He even felt that he could take away the authority in the depths of these expert souls with a single thought. Of course, the benefits weren't limited to this. Along with the establishment of the tribe, the qi of destiny and fate began to gather. Qin Feng and Yi Ding's qi that belonged to the foreign invaders were instantly eliminated. Before this, the two of them couldn't comprehend the laws of heaven and earth no matter what. They were incompatible with heaven and earth, as if separated by a hazy membrane. The foreign invader aura on their bodies was like a torch. Now, the two of them were like fish in water. The foreign invader aura was removed, and their divine senses were raised. It was as if they were intimately connected with the laws of heaven and earth. They could sense the laws of heaven and earth that seemed to be exposed on the surface with a single thought. After the Nine Hells tribe's completion ceremony, Qin Feng couldn't wait to immediately go into seclusion and use this rare opportunity to comprehend the profundities of the laws. Moreover, Qin Feng could sense that the Nine Hells tribe's fire seed seemed to have other mysteries that he needed to comprehend. However, once the ceremony ended, Tong Yin pulled Qin Feng back. "You're saying that the holy city might find trouble with the Nine Hells tribe." Qin Feng stared gloomily at Tong Yin. Tong Yin lowered his head with an awkward expression. There's more later. Chapter 1124. Yes, Your Majesty. Back then, we didn't know that you would become the ruler of the Bronzebeard tribe. The Bronzebeard king concluded that you were an invader and sent his younger brother, Tong Jun, to inform the Saint City. Tong Yin lowered his head with an awkward expression. The Saint City was the royal city of the Earth Giants. It was also the most powerful existence in the Earth Giant tribe. The Saint City was located in the dense cliff sand continent among the 36 sand continents. According to the unwritten rules of the Earth Giant tribe, the surrounding Earth Giant tribes had to pay tribute to the Saint City once every 5 years. The establishment of a new tribe had to be approved by the Saint City. Otherwise, there would be a huge disaster. Once the Saint City receives the news, they will send people over quickly. Tong Yin was still worried. According to the rules, Qin Feng and Yi Ding were no longer considered invaders since they had established their tribes, worshipped their ancestors, and succeeded in worshipping the heavens. However, if the Saint City was greedy, it might cause a huge commotion. He looked at Qin Feng and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, do you want to make a trip to the Saint City to pay a visit?" Qin Feng paused for a moment and asked, "Is there a king in the Saint City?" "King?" Tong Yin was stunned for a moment before he understood. "Your Majesty, rumor has it that the strongest in the Saint City is the Emperor of Earth. However, he shouldn't be a greater celestial king." Tong Yin shook his head and sighed. If there is a greater celestial king in the Twilight Desert, the entire Twilight Desert would have been unified. In fact, the entire Twilight Desert could be said to be a tripartite balance of forces. The Earth Giants, the Demon Race, and the Xiantian humans. The Earth Giants were led by the Saint City. The Demon Race was led by the three-tailed Scorpion Demon Race. Next was the Earth Xiantian humans. They established the Tuquin Nation and occupied a lot of fertile land in the Twilight Desert. However, the desert was really huge. The land was vast, and the population was sparse. The conflicts weren't as intense as outside the desert. However, for the dream of millions of tribes and to transcend this continent, There were always experts plotting how to merge with other tribes at every moment. Even if the weaker tribes could stay in a corner for a while, they couldn't escape the fate of being merged by the majority. Knowing that there was no king, Qin Feng was relieved. It's fine. Let the Saint City experts come. I'll kill them all. Beads of sweat appeared on Tong Yun's forehead. You don't have to think too much. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. You just have to focus on developing the tribe for me and training our people. If anything happens down there, I'll be the first to find trouble with you. Qin Feng's tone was filled with warning. Yes. Tong Yun wiped the sweat off his forehead. Your Majesty, what about those small tribes? What about the Silver King, Mountain River King, Boulder King, Thousand Eyes King, and Yinling King? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. If those small tribes are willing to surrender and join our Nine Serenities tribe, then accept them. I have my own arrangements. As our Nine Serenities tribe expands, we need to promote a group of middle-level experts to guard the various earth veins. As for those 5 extraordinary experts, the 5 of you can go ask them. It would be best if they're willing to hand over a strand of their souls and join our Ninth Hell tribe. If they're not sensible, then I can only make a move and turn them into corpses. Tong Yun nodded with a solemn expression. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed. Under a giant banana tree not far away, 2 14th-level experts of the primordial tree tribe came together. Young Master Qin Feng, Queen Mother Earth Yuan Yun, and Elder Yuan sure nodded slightly and greeted him. The 2 14th-level experts seemed a little restrained, but the queen still looked at Qin Feng boldly with undisguised charm in her beautiful eyes. Qin Feng looked indifferent. I heard that you've chosen to join the Nine Serenities tribe. It's a wise choice. Our Nine Serenities tribe welcomes you. It's our honor to be able to follow young master. At least we don't have to worry about our tribesmen being easily killed by the enemies in the desert. Queen Mother Earth smiled sweetly. She looked around and dazzled brilliantly. Such charm made many earth giants look at her with fervent eyes. Queen Mother Earth Yuan Yun was a famous beauty in this desert. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he spoke to Tong Yun. Make the arrangements well. Don't neglect them. Yes. Tong Yun nodded. Qin Feng's figure flashed, and he disappeared on the spot. Queen Mother Earth looked resentful, and the primordial tree elder beside her shook his head. The falling flowers had feelings, but the flowing water was heartless. Patriarch Yuan, this way please. Tong Yun smiled slightly. The group walked toward the depths of the oasis. Looking at the oasis and the unusually tall green banana spirit roots around it, Tong Yun didn't know why, but he felt that these banana spirit roots seemed to have become taller. It wasn't just these banana spirit roots. A small mountain range that was originally thousands of miles above the oasis seemed to have become taller. Is it an illusion? Tong Yun shook his head. The gathering place he arranged for the primordial tree tribe was not far from the central basin. There was a small lake there, which was very suitable for setting up a village. At this time, there were already many primordial tree tribe experts operating their divine power to open up the soil and wood. There were also people planting spirit roots outside. It was a kind of yellow willow tree. Sand willow tree. Any spirit root was extremely important to a tribe. For example, the silver jade bamboo of the silver tribe. Another example was the bronze beard tribe's banana spirit roots. These unusually tall banana spirit roots not only fed the earth giants with huge appetites, but they could also shelter them from the wind, rain, snow, and extreme heat. The environment of the divine tree continent was extremely similar to the primordial era. There were many extreme environments. For example, hurricanes, hailstorms, and tornadoes. Those weren't ordinary storms and snow, but terrifying existences born after the unstable collision of the laws of heaven and earth. There were even some uninhabited areas that could blow out innate divine winds that could kill a level 14 expert. That was extremely terrifying and frightening. However, it was different for powerful tribes. The tribe's fire seed had a special power that could protect the living beings and the earth, resisting the power of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, spirit roots had the ability to increase and nurture the earth veins. This was an indirect increase in the fire seed. After returning to the temple, Qin Feng went into seclusion for an entire month in the temple, comprehending the changes after eliminating the foreign aura. He also became familiar with the underworld law domain. He comprehended the mysteries of the 9 nether tribes' fire seed. The expansion of the underworld law domain allowed Qin Feng's comprehension of the mysterious underworld law to reach a new height. In his body, the divine sun, transformed from the water origin source law, was like a real bright little sun. It was almost at the initial stage, and the mysterious underworld law was about to transform into a heavenly law. If the mysterious underworld law transformed into a heavenly law, it would be the 6th water heavenly law. And Qin Feng's attainments in the water origin source law would advance to the middle heavenly law. At this time, in a sandstorm, 3 figures flashed past like lightning, rapidly approaching the 9 nether tribe, or rather, the original bronze beard tribe. Among the 3 auras, one was only at the level 14 realm. The other 2 auras were far beyond the average level 15 expert and were exceptionally grand. There's more later. Chapter 1125. The dark underworld law domain was shrouded in dark clouds. A pitch-black wind blew through the underworld, and the occasional whistling of white bones could be heard. In this new underworld, only a few temples were emitting light, illuminating the area. These are the residences of some experts in the underworld. Many vengeful spirits and ghosts gathered in front of these bright residences, greedily enjoying the rare light. What was strange was that after absorbing some of the light emitted by the official residents, the floating bodies of these ghosts, which only acted on instinct, slowly became solid. On the contrary, some of the ghosts and skeletons in the wasteland were blown by the black wind. Most of them had their souls scattered, or their bones fell apart, unable to reassemble. They became a pile of bones on the white bone plain. Many ghosts could feel that the light from these residences was gathering and increasing at every moment, and the white bone plain was becoming more vast and barren. As time passed, a river seemed to appear in the white bone plain. It was a river suffused with a bitter yellow aura, and it divided the white bone plain into 2. Some skeletons without intelligence wanted to cross this river when they wandered, but the moment they touched this river, it was as if they had fallen into poisonous water, and even their bones melted. On the upstream side of this bitter yellow river, there was an extremely large temple. It looked unusually grand, and there were 2 pale, white palace lanterns at the entrance. Rich spiritual light emitted, far surpassing that of many residences. In the center of the temple, there was a creation pool nourishing a few pitch-black bamboos. If there were experts who knew their stuff, they would be able to tell at a glance that this was an extremely rare spirit root. Heaven-ranked spirit root, nether black bamboo. They were born in a land of nether energy. At the side, a handsome young man in white robes had a divine light in his eyes. The Heaven Yellow Springs and the Khanate Yellow Springs True Water have formed a river. It seems to be able to absorb some negative energy in the world and gradually grow stronger. He can even control this Khanate True Water. I'm afraid he's not far from becoming the king of water. Yi Ding sighed inwardly. These changes were born in the past month. Besides these, he could faintly feel that many unknown things were about to be born in the underworld. Almost every one of them contained extremely unique laws. Yi Ding could sense the potential of the underworld. The underworld was related to the life and death of millions upon millions of living beings, including souls and reincarnation. It could be said that it was an indispensable part of the world. If it could be truly developed, then as an underworld god, he would definitely be blessed with great fortune and destiny. A great improvement in strength was inevitable. In fact, he could even lay the foundation for becoming a demon god in one fell swoop, and he could even peek into the position of chief god. Such great benefits are bound to attract the covetous eyes of the strong. I just don't know if Qin Feng can protect this foundation. Yi Ding muttered. He only hoped that the Nine Nether tribe would have more time to develop, or that the underworld law domain would be exposed to the other great forces later. In the central palace, Qin Feng closed his eyes. It was as if it had become one with the underworld, rapidly expanding. The power of the underworld refined the ownerless earth veins and spirit veins. It was expanding at an extraordinary speed at every moment. Even the barren sand sea was refined by Qin Feng. In the past month, apart from expanding the underworld, Qin Feng had been comprehending the Nine Nether Fire Seed. The Nine Nether Fire Seed was directly related to the expansion of the underworld. As the underworld expanded, the Fire Seed became redder and redder, like a small red sun, until the expansion of the underworld encountered a barrier. Qin Feng closed his eyes. At this moment, there were obvious energy fluctuations around the underworld. It was the Fire Seed power of a small tribe. The Fire Seed was like a torch in the underworld, blocking the way forward. Not only in one direction, but in all directions, there were small tribes' Fire Seed energy fluctuations. Especially in the west, there was a huge Fire Seed power fluctuation. According to Qin Feng's understanding, that was where the Silver King's tribe was located. Compared to the Fire Seed of the Silver King's tribe, the Fire Seeds of the other small tribes were undoubtedly the light of a firefly. Qin Feng faintly had an instinctive premonition. As long as he dealt with the Silver King and the other small tribes and unified the small sand continent, the Red Fire Seed would definitely be able to evolve into a Blue Fire Seed. His expression changed slightly. The Red Fire Seed appeared in his hand, and a faint red glow fell into his body. Qin Feng could feel a strange change growing in his body. His understanding of the laws of heaven and earth was getting closer. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. All of a sudden, an extremely mysterious cold light in the sun transformed from the divine nature of the water origin law, and his spiritual sea began to ripple. That mysterious cold light was formed by the fusion of Qin Feng's water ancestral dragon venerable position, water controller venerable position, and other deity positions. This was an unknown deity position. It was formed by the fusion of many water secondary deity positions in Qin Feng's body. It originally had a power that surpassed the fourth grade deity position. It was absorbing Qin Feng's magnificent water meridian luck, and it was about to be born. Maybe in a year, maybe in 2 years. Once it was born, it might be a top fourth grade deity position. At this moment, the cold and mysterious light fluctuated again. It was absorbing the power of the Fire Seed, strengthening the unborn water deity position. It was slowly increasing its quality. It was moving toward the third grade acquired deity position. The third grade acquired deity position was a real deity position, and it was a deity position born from one's own body. Among the many deity positions, the one that could be born from one's own fortune was undoubtedly the most suitable one. Moreover, the deity position born from this could be said to have unlimited potential. It could even upgrade itself, return to the middle heaven, Xiantian, or even become an origin god. Even with Qin Feng's state of mind, this kind of change made his heart tremble. This Fire Seed could increase the quality of the deity position? How incredible was this? This kind of change was too unexpected. After sensing carefully, Qin Feng opened his eyes with slight disappointment. This kind of change was too slow. Qin Feng estimated that at least a golden Fire Seed was needed to make the deity position born in his body advance to the third grade. Now, the Fire Seed of the Nine Nether tribe was only red, with a green color in between. It was really too far away from gold. The road ahead is long. For now, I still have to unify this small island first. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. With a thought, he notified some of the higher-ups of the Nine Nether in the underworld. After a while, 5 to 6 streams of light flew down from the sky and landed in front of the temple in the blink of an eye. Yi Ding, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong Un, Tong Ying, Tong Luan, and the 4 level 14 powerhouses who had recently joined the Nine Nether tribe, Queen Mother Earth, Yuan Yin and Elder Yuan Shi. As for the other two level 14 powerhouses, they were the tribe leader of the Zhejiang tribe, Jiang Yueqing, and the tribe leader of the Huaishan tribe, Huaishan Zheng. Your Majesty, the 9 level 14 powerhouses looked at him with respect. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng said with a calm expression, "More than a month has passed. With your abilities, I think you should be familiar with the power of the underworld. I have summoned you here for only one purpose. Expand." Chapter 11:26. Expand. The 10 people's eyes moved slightly as they looked at each other. Qin Feng faintly said as he looked at the 10 existences that were like the devil gods of the netherworld. The 10 of you are the underworld gods of the underworld and have a portion of the underworld's authority. You should be able to feel the changes in the underworld. Tong Yin seemed to be deep in thought as he spoke. My king, we have some understanding. It seems that the expansion of the underworld has reached a limit. There are barriers everywhere. If we want to break through, there seems to be some resistance. The expansion of the underworld was closely related to the interests of most of the experts present. Tongyin couldn't help but ask, My lord, the expansion of the underworld is related to my lord's cultivation level. Is it because of my lord's cultivation level that it can't advance? As soon as he said this, everyone in the Great Hall couldn't help but look at the emperor on the emperor's throne. Qin Feng faintly smiled and swept his gaze over everyone. You're right. The expansion of the underworld is related to my cultivation. Then he changed the topic. However, with this king's cultivation, not to mention a mere tens of thousands of miles of the underworld, is more than enough to cover the entire Sunset Desert. Qin Feng's face revealed a hint of calmness and confidence. Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong and Tong Ying, Tong Luan, Yuan Yin, Elder Yuan Shi, Jiang Yueqing, Huaishan Zheng, and the others were shocked. They looked at each other and were secretly shocked. Covering the entire Twilight Desert, this power was definitely not inferior to that of a rank 15 king. Could it be that their tribe leader already had the power of a rank 15 king? The 9 of them were secretly excited. However, Yi Ding's expression was indescribable, and his heart was filled with bewilderment. Currently, the expansion of the underworld is mainly limited by the obstruction of some small tribes. Every tribe has a fire seed, and the power of the fire seed can radiate into the underworld. Although they don't know how to use it and can't open up the underworld like us, they can indeed stop the underworld from refining it. My king, you mean that as long as we destroy those small tribes, we can remove the obstruction and continue to expand the underworld? The one who spoke was Jiang Yueqing. She was one of the only 2 female earth giants present. She was the former tribe leader of the Zhejiang tribe. The Zhejiang tribe was a mutated earth giant tribe. They were born with the power to control water and were also called lake river giants. Jiang Yueqing was undoubtedly one of the best. That's right. As long as we wipe out the small tribes that are blocking the underworld's expansion, we can continue to expand. Qin Feng glanced at the people seated below. This time, there are 6 tribes around the underworld. 5 of them are scattered in 5 different directions. However, these 5 tribes are all small tribes. The strongest in each tribe is mostly at the beginning of the 14th level. Some are even at the peak of the 13th level. Among the 5 elders, Tong Wan's eyes lit up. His Majesty wants us to attack. A ferocious look flashed across Tong Wan's face. Among the 5 elders, his baleful aura was the strongest. Qin Feng said indifferently, Of course we have to take action, but we only need to clear out the 2 tribes in the southwest. Your Majesty is talking about the Silver Tribe and the Crooked Rock Tribe. A strange look flashed across Yuan Yun'er's eyes. His Majesty seems to want to use the southwest as a breakthrough point. Many of the elders present thought. There were 3 states in the southwest, Tai State, Yun State, and Ling State. Although these 3 states were also filled with yellow sand, they were much more fertile than the Wu State where the 9th Nether Tribe was located. The best part was that they could temporarily avoid the other 2 major forces in the 36 states of the Twilight Desert, the Monster Clan and the Human Clan. In the north, south, or east of the Wu state. The states were either powerful or adjacent to the monster clan. Only the west was a breakthrough point. Moreover, in the three sand states, Tai State, Yun State, and Ling State, there seemed to be no major force that could surpass the Bronze Beard Stockade. Tonglin, Tongwan, Tong, and the three of you go to the Crooked Rock Tribe. Your Majesty, I know about the Crooked Rock Tribe. It is just a small tribe. I can wipe out the entire tribe alone. There is no need for my two brothers to do it. Tongwan's face was filled with disdain. Qin Feng frowned and looked at Tongwan. I don't want you to wipe them out. I want to subdue them. It would be best if all of them could surrender. Tongwan was puzzled. Your Majesty, why do you want to subdue them? It would be a waste of our food. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. The rules of the Divine Tree Continent were somewhat different. These earth giants were all tall and strong. Although they had outstanding strength, most of them obtained their strength from spiritual roots and spiritual fruits to develop their bloodlines. They honed their cultivation skills through battles. Regarding this point, Qin Feng did not wish to change it. In fact, this method was the most suitable for cultivation in such an ancient and prehistoric environment. As a result, these giants were basically useless. Moreover, they had a high requirement for spiritual roots and spiritual fruits. Don't worry. As the underworld expands, the spiritual veins in the new wind oasis will grow stronger and stronger. Naturally, those spiritual roots will grow faster and won't affect your cultivation. Our only worry now is that there are too few powerhouses to manage this sparse area. After saying that, Qin Feng looked at the people below and said coldly, however, if anyone refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the 9th Nether Tribe will not hesitate to kill them. An icy chill flowed, and a vast, ancient nether chill flowed out. Everyone could not help but tremble. They did not doubt the methods of the 9th Nether King. Go. Yes, your Majesty. Tonglin, Tongwan, and Tongan nodded and were about to leave. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can directly use the power of the underworld. With your authority, you can travel at least 10 times faster in the underworld. There's such a benefit. Jiang Yueqing and Huaishan Zheng, who had just joined, were surprised. Tong Luan, Tong Wan, and Tong cupped their hands at Qin Feng and disappeared. Although the Crooked Yin tribe had a good foundation, there was no doubt about the outcome with 3 level 14 powerhouses. Next was the Silver Tribe. The Silver Tribe was the only tribe in the Sand Continent that could compete with the original Bronze Beard stronghold. They also had a foundation that was not weaker than the original Bronze Beard stronghold. Tong Yun, have the 5 tribe leaders who were guests in our stronghold made a decision? Qin Feng's gaze fell on Tong Yun. Tong Yun smiled bitterly. The Silver King, the Mountain River King, the Boulder King, the Thousand-Eyed King, and the Yanling King. Among the 5 kings, only the Boulder King is willing to consider. The other 4 are cursing your Majesty and think that you are delusional. They will never acknowledge an outsider like you as their king. In that case, except for the Boulder King, kill all of them. Qin Feng's divine telekinesis moved and locked onto the Silver King, the Mountain River King, the Thousand-Eyed King, and the Yanling King. The light blue lotus around the 4 of them instantly activated. A moment later, it turned into 24 life lotuses and fell into Qin Feng's pocket. Everyone's divine telekinesis was extremely sharp. Naturally, they could sense that the aura of 4 of the 5 tribe powerhouses had disappeared. They were even more shocked. 5 15th order super powerhouses had died in an instant. They were too weak. Next, we have to deal with the Silver Tribe. After swallowing the territory of the Silver Tribe, the 9th Nether Tribe's fire seed should be able to break through and turn green. However, I'm afraid that I have to deal with the Silver Tribe personally. Qin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. 3 extremely powerful auras whizzed over from the southwest and arrived at the 9th Nether Tribe's Sand Sea territory in the blink of an eye. One of them was at level 14. The other one had exceeded level 15 and was far stronger than existences like the Bronzebeard King and the Silver King. They did not come with good intentions. There's more later. Chapter 11:27. As the god of the underworld, Tong Yun, Tong Ying, Yi Ding, Queen Mother Earth, Elder Yuan Shi, and the others also noticed it. Tong Yun's expression changed when he sensed it. It's Tong Jun's aura. Tong Jun is back. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng was deep in thought. Isn't Tong Jun the younger brother of King Bronzebeard? Does this mean that the two rank 15 experts are his reinforcements? I'm afraid so. They should be experts from the holy city. Tong Yun looked worried. Everyone was most afraid that the experts from the holy city would discover the underworld. That would be bad. As the god of the underworld, they knew what the underworld meant to a tribe. I heard that the holy city is the royal city of the earth giants. Most of the royal bloodline lives here. I like to see how powerful they are, and if they are qualified to be called royal. With a flash of his silhouette, Qin Feng vanished from the emperor's throne under the gazes of everyone. In the sea of sand thousands of miles away from the fresh wind oasis where the Nine Nether tribe was located. Poof! Dust flew up from the ground, and a black light flashed. Qin Feng's figure appeared on the vast yellow sand. With a thought, the earth veins under his feet surged and rose abruptly. It was as though a huge stone pillar was born under his feet. Rumble! The earth shook. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was on the stone peak that was 1,000 feet high. At this moment, 3 rainbows flew over from afar. Looking at the black-robed youth who suddenly appeared, the 3 figures stopped 1,000 feet away from the void. The leader was a rank 14 earth giant. Beside him was a thunder giant surrounded by thundercloud aura. It was a rank 15 thunder giant. His body was filled with destructive purplish-blue thunderbolts that sizzled as though the void was destroyed by the thunderbolts. Qin Feng glanced at the last 15th rank expert. However, what he didn't expect was that this expert didn't seem to be from the giant race. His entire body was bathed in the blazing heat of the sun, resembling a real sun. Moreover, it wasn't just one sun. There were 5 or 6 suns floating in it. The purest yang energy was boundless. The 6 suns converged, creating a terrifying heat that could incinerate heaven and earth. This is similar to the supreme technique of the Pure Yang sect, one of the 72 mysterious sects on the Spirit Sea continent, the Pure Yang Limitless Sky Art. It cultivates 9 Pure Yang Grand Sun godly souls. With each additional Pure Yang Grand Sun, the cultivator's power will increase exponentially. If the 9 grandsons fuse into one and form the Golden Crow godly soul, the cultivator can even prove the East Pole and become the sun god. Thinking to himself, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Stop. It's the territory of the 9th Hell tribe ahead, and outsiders are prohibited from trespassing. The 9th Hell tribe." The expression of the earth giant changed, and he spoke furiously. "Are you mistaken? The area ahead clearly belongs to our Bronzebeard tribe. Where did this 9th Hell tribe come from? You must be Bronzebeard King's younger brother, Tong Jun. Your Bronzebeard tribe has already perished. Bronzebeard King died in battle, and the fire seed of the Bronzebeard tribe has been completely extinguished." His expression was indifferent. The breeze blew his hair, making him look like a demon god standing in the void. "Impossible? My elder brother is a rare powerhouse in the Bronzebeard tribe. How could he be defeated?" Tong Jun berated angrily. After a moment, he seemed to have figured out something. "Yes, you must be that outsider. Elders, he is the intruder. You must not let him go." Intruder? As soon as he said that, the 2 level 15 powerhouses on the side immediately turned their gazes. Qin Feng clearly felt 2 extremely evil gazes fall on him. One of them even had a trace of examination and speculation. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. The breeze blew his waterfall-like black hair, making him seem indescribably domineering. "Yes, I am an outsider. However, according to the rules of this land, I have already established my own tribe and obtained the favor of the ancestor god. I have long been traced back to the original source. How can I be an intruder? Obtain the favor of the ancestor god." As soon as he said that, Tong Jun's expression froze. According to the established rules, as long as one obtained the favor of the ancestor god, one could not be considered an intruder anymore. Moreover, according to the three of them, this black-robed young man did not have any strange aura on him. Of course, if that was the case, the other two level 15 powerhouses would not let it go. So what if his aura was cleansed? In the eyes of the powerhouses in the Holy City, these tribes scattered across the many sandbanks were targets to be exploited and exploited. What made the two level 15 powerhouses give up was the strength that Qin Feng displayed. He was definitely not inferior to the two of them. Level 15 powerhouses cherished their lives very much. They had cultivated for thousands of years to reach their current cultivation level. Without absolute benefits, the two of them would not rashly stand up for the Bronzebeard tribe. The Thunder Giant, who was surrounded by lightning, restrained his aura slightly and said in a deep voice, "May I know the name of this king? I am the 9th Nether King, the new king of the 9th Nether tribe." The Thunder Giant said in a deep voice, "Okay, 9th Nether King. Since you're the new king, you should know the rules." The Earth Giant at the side changed his expression and was about to question angrily. However, a huge thunderstorm aura suddenly erupted and froze him on the spot. He could not even speak. His entire body was electrocuted until his eyes and mouth were crooked and his skin was charred black. Of course I know the rules. Later, I will send people to the Holy City to pay respects. Qin Feng smiled faintly. For now, he still needed to stabilize the Holy City and not fall out with them. He needed to take advantage of the situation to clear out the surrounding small tribes. Only then would it be time to confront the Holy City. Good. Straightforward. The Thunder Giant laughed loudly. In that case, the Holy City has nothing to do here. Elder Xianyang, let's go. With a flash of lightning, the Thunder Giant suddenly streaked across the sky and disappeared. The powerhouse called Elder Xianyang, who was suspected to be from the Pure Sun sect, also disappeared silently. Tong Jun was so angry that his whole body trembled. He could not express the grievance in his heart. He never thought that these Holy City powerhouses would have such a strong start and a weak finish. At this moment, his expression changed, and he was about to leave the place. However, at this moment, a pale blue stream of light suddenly streaked across space and entered his body. The next moment, his body aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his life essence was drained away. He looked at Qin Feng with extreme resentment. The next moment, his body, which was almost 1,000 feet tall, turned into ashes with a boom. Silently, 6 streams of light appeared on the spot. They were pale blue, like sparkling pearls. Qin Feng waved his hand, and 6 sparkling pearls appeared on his palm. These were 6 life, Sariras refined from the essence of life. The mysterious underworld law under the water-type origin meridian was about to transform into a heaven-rank law, and the life absorption ability was even more tyrannical. A rank 14 powerhouse had his life essence sucked dry without any resistance and was casually refined into life Sariras. This was even more brilliant than refining with lotus flowers. However, today I unexpectedly met a super powerhouse from the Spirit Sea continent. I wonder how those super powerhouses who entered the Divine Tree continent are doing now. Qin Feng was silent as he pondered in his heart. No matter what I need to do now is to expand the underworld. If I can raise the deity position in my body to rank 3, it will be enough even if I don't find the Eastern Wilderness divine treasure. There's more later. Chapter 1128. 2 streams of light quickly left the territory of the 9 Nether tribe. When returning to the Holy City, the Thunder Giant transmitted a message to Xuanyangzi. Elder Xuanyangzi, do you know that foreign invader? An existence with such strength should be quite famous in the vast ancestral land. Elder Ju Ting, you're wrong. Although I'm a super expert of the Pure Sun sect of the 72 mysterious sects, I've been sleeping for a long time. Since the 100 tribes disappeared in the primordial age, I only woke up in this era. I really don't know about some of the experts in the current era. Moreover, the Spirit Sea continent is currently in the golden era. Many ancient experts have awakened. Even I don't know all of those experts. After a pause, Xuanyangzi said to the Thunder Giant, "However, Brother Ju Ting, those experts who can enter the Divine Tree continent are not simple characters. If he controls the tribe, I'm afraid it'll be bad for the holy city." Xuanyangzi, you're right. There are indeed cases of invaders establishing tribes in history. Most of the experts have achieved hegemony. This is indeed worthy of vigilance. Xuanyangzi's tone was gloomy. In my opinion, the Nine Nether King is a source of trouble. It's best for the holy city to get rid of him before he has a firm foothold. If he becomes powerful, it'll be difficult to stop him. The Thunder Giant glanced at Xuanyangzi and laughed. Xuanyangzi, you're worrying too much. Our holy city is incomparably powerful. How could a mere 15th order powerhouse be able to shake it? Although the ancestral land has many powerhouses, the powerhouses of our Divine Tree continent are not necessarily weaker than the ancestral land. The Thunder Giant thought that Xuanyangzi was being alarmist. The giants instinctively did not trust this foreign expert who took the initiative to join the holy city and become a guest elder. If this person did not have the token of the primordial giant tribe, he would have been killed or captured long ago. Xuanyangzi secretly shook his head when he heard the Thunder Giant's non-committal tone. He did not say anything else. After a month or two of exploration, he had more or less figured out some of the rules of this world. If there was no place for him, there would be a place for him. Moreover, after he understood the secret of the tribe leader being able to use the fire seed to cultivate, he no longer wanted to rely on the holy city. However, in his eyes, Qin Feng was a potential enemy in the future. If possible, he didn't mind using the holy city to get rid of this great enemy. Silver Tribe, Baiyin was located in the west, at the intersection of Wuzhou region, Lingzhou region, Taizhou region, and Yunzhou region. This was not a pure sandbar. Instead, there were oases scattered all over the place. In the middle of the sea of sand, surrounded by oases, there was a bare mountain range. There was nothing else growing on a mountain range, but there was a peculiar spirit bamboo that emitted a silver texture. This was an extremely high-grade spirit bamboo. His entire body was filled with treasures. The bamboo body could be used as a bow and arrow. If one was hit by it, even the physique of a level 15 super powerhouse would be torn apart. Bamboo leaves could be harvested, woven, and made into all kinds of small ornaments, which had the effect of calming the mind. As for the dew on the bamboo leaves, it could be collected and turned into various types of spirit wine. The bamboo shoots could be devoured, and they could help the great earth giant temper his physique. They had the effect of consolidating one's foundation and nurturing one's essence. Many tribes once had designs on this silver bamboo forest, but most of them were chased away or killed by the Silver Tribe. However, today, seeing a group of powerhouses appearing at the foot of the bamboo ridge like wolves and tigers, the expressions of the powerhouses of the Silver Tribe changed, and the entire tribe's gate was tightly shut. In the tribe, the 8 level 14 powerhouses had extremely ugly expressions. In the distance, a black-clothed youth sat cross-legged with his eyes closed on a golden rock lion king. Around him, there were more than 6 level 14 powerhouses in a row. Tong Yun, Tong Ying, Queen Mother Earth, Yuan Yun'er, Yuan Shi, Jiang Yueqing, and Huai Shanzheng. The 6 people's mounts were slightly behind the golden rock lion king to show their respect. If there were only 6 level 14 powerhouses, the Silver Tribe might not be afraid. However, the most terrifying one was the mysterious black-clothed youth. A month ago, the new king of the Nine Nether Tribe, the Nine Nether King, captured 5 level 15 super powerhouses in one fell swoop. Among them was the Silver King of the Silver Tribe. The Silver Tribe naturally knew about this. Although they had 8 level 14 powerhouses, they were nothing in front of a level 15 powerhouse. Not to mention 8, Even if 10 level 14 powerhouses attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for a level 15 superpowerhouse. It was rumored that the Nine Nether King captured a level 15 superpowerhouse with one palm strike. How could this not make the powerhouses of the Silver Tribe nervous? On the head of the tall golden rock Lion King, sitting on the Lion King's soft and faintly golden fur, the Earth Queen raised her eyebrows and said, "My lord, to be honest, my aunt is one of the 8 great elders of the Silver Tribe. I wonder if you can give me a chance to perform and convince the Silver Tribe to submit to you." Everyone's thoughts moved, and their gazes fell on Queen Mother Earth. Queen Mother Earth's beautiful eyes rippled as she looked at Qin Feng confidently. "There are 8 elders in the Baiyin tribe, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, Bai Wang, Bai Yu, Bai Yan, and Bai Xi. My aunt Bai Xian is one of them and holds great power. Since the king wishes to reclaim the Baiyin tribe, with me, you can preserve the Baiyin tribe's strength to the greatest extent." Sitting cross-legged on the tall rock Lion King, Qin Feng lazily opened his eyes, cast a glance at the Earth Queen, and said indifferently, "There's no need." As soon as his voice fell, not only was Yuan Yun'er shocked, but many of the elders were also slightly puzzled. This seemed to be the best way. Qin Feng stretched his limbs and stood up from the rock Lion King. After sitting on the rock lion for half a day, although the rock lion was extremely fast, he was still not used to it. Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's face, he smiled and stretched his waist. Have you seen a dragon god playing a negotiation game with a group of ants? That's too complicated. Let's do something simple. Leaping into the void, Qin Feng unleashed the power of a tier 15 powerhouse without holding back. Rumble. The weather changed. Stepping on the clouds, he stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, a monstrous blue light turned into an icy blue invisible giant blade and suddenly bombarded the sea of sand hundreds of miles away. Bang! There was an earth-shattering sound. Under the horrified gazes of the experts of the Silver Tribe, a huge crack suddenly tore through the sea of sand and extended all the way to the ground. A huge canyon was torn apart. The terrifying power directly tore a huge hole in the sea of sand that stretched for thousands of miles, forming an abyss that was like hell. Surrender or perish. The faint voice drifted into the ears of the experts of the Silver Tribe on the Bamboo Ridge. The group of experts of the Silver Tribe were stupefied, and their faces were pale. The 8 elders of the Silver Tribe looked puzzled. How could they refuse to surrender? Chapter 1129. On the side of the Nine Nether Tribe, many powerhouses looked at each other and were speechless. They were all shocked. If they hadn't experienced the power of a level 15 powerhouse, they would never have imagined how terrifying it was. Since no one said no, I hereby announce that the White Silver Tribe will merge with the Nine Nether Tribe from now on. Qin Feng landed on the head of the rock Lion King. He looked around and fixed his eyes on Queen Mother Earth, who was still in a daze. Yuan Yun'er, since you have a close relationship with the White Silver Tribe, you will be in charge of this merger. Yes. Yuan Yun'er came to her senses and looked at the black-clothed young man on the rock Lion King. She immediately led hundreds of riders to the gate of the White Silver Tribe in the bamboo forest. Squeak. Soon, the gate was opened. The 8 level 14 elders of the White Silver Tribe appeared at the gate. They looked gloomy as they welcomed the arrival of Queen Mother Earth, Yuan Yun'er. Watching this scene from the side, many elders were shocked, but they were also secretly delighted. With the White Silver Tribe in their hands, the Wu State would belong to the Nine Nether Tribe. This was what the people of the Bronze Beard Tribe had been dreaming about. The most important thing was the benefits. In the past month, many of the higher-ups had benefited from the power of the underworld. Now that the underworld was about to expand again, the cultivation speed of the master of the underworld would increase again. Beside Tong Ying, Jiang Yueqing, and Huai Shanzhong, who had just surrendered, looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They had joined such a powerhouse and would definitely repay him in the future. Although they might not be treated like the 5 elders of the Bronze Beard Tribe, At least they would be able to become the higher-ups of the Nine Nether tribe. Once they became the higher-ups of the Nine Nether tribe, they would be able to enter the underworld and have their own temples. They would also be able to enjoy the sacrifices of their tribe members. The merger of the white-silver tribe went smoothly. Most of the people had lost their courage to resist after Qin Feng's attack. Only a few stubborn people were still unwilling to give up. However, they were kidnapped by the 8 elders of the white-silver tribe and sent to Yuan Air. Naturally, these people did not have a good ending. Yuan Air and Yuan Shi were not kind people. After they sent someone to report to Qin Feng, they were all killed. Qin Feng didn't feel pity at all. Some people would only realize the preciousness of being alive after seeing a coffin. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey was a must. Half a day later, the hidden danger of the Silver Tribe was eliminated. Qin Feng and his group entered the Silver Tribe while the experts of the Silver Tribe were kneeling. The most important thing in merging tribes was to devour the fire seed. The fire seed of the Silver Tribe was built in the depths of Bamboo Ridge. There was a wide stone path that led from the village to the depths of the Bamboo Ridge behind the mountain. Surrounded by Tong Yun, Tong Ying, Jiang Yueqing, Huaishan Zheng, Yuan and Yuan Shi, Qin Feng walked towards the back of the mountain. The one leading the way was a beautiful woman who looked exceptionally sexy and wild. Her body had already shrunk to the size of a normal human. It was just that she was slightly taller. The bee skin wrapped around her towering chest made her look voluptuous. She was the voluptuous and mature type. Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, Bai Wang, Bai Yu, Bai Ye, and the other 7 elders followed behind. Their expressions carried a trace of sadness. However, there was no lack of rejoicing. At least they were alive. Moreover, the conditions offered by the 9th Nether tribe were not bad. As long as they were sincere in submitting, not only would they not be punished, but they would also be treated as ordinary elders. In fact, such conditions might be a good way out for the Silver Tribe who had lost their king. As the Silver Tribe that controlled an oasis with a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was quite dangerous without a rank 15 super expert. Even if the 9th Nether tribe did not come, some of the larger tribes in other states would not let go of this fat piece of meat. Many of the experts of the Silver Tribe were glad about this. At least this new king was not too cruel. With Bai Xin leading the way, after several miles, Qin Feng and the others saw a huge divine palace in the depths of the mountain stream. The silver jade bamboo, there was a rare pale gold color. It was unusually tall. It was like a towering tree. A few people could stand on its small leaves. Qin Feng stopped and narrowed his eyes. In his divine telekinesis, the spirituality of the pale gold-silver jade bamboo was comparable to some quasi-god spirit roots. When Bai Xin saw Qin Feng's expression, a sigh flashed across her eyes as she spoke. King, this is gold jade bamboo, the king of the silver jade bamboo. Generally speaking, only silver jade bamboo that is more than 30,000 years old will have this pale gold color. Above this, there is a type of purple gold jade bamboo. That is the real king of the jade bamboo. Bai Xion's eyes were filled with regret. Purple gold jade bamboo was a god-grade spirit root. All god-grade spirit roots had a special ability. Together with the fire seed, they could form an innate spirit field. With the protection of the innate spirit field, even without a rank 15 super expert, the 9th Nether tribe would not be able to take down the Bamboo Ridge. Good stuff. Many experts of the 9th Nether tribe smiled. Now, the Bamboo Ridge belonged to the 9th Nether tribe. Qin Feng was surprised. Since entering the Bamboo Ridge, he could sense a strange, innate Taoist rhyme. Looking at the jade bamboo, he realized what it was. It was a variety of metal elemental connate essence qi. The entire Bamboo Ridge was filled with several types of metal elemental essence qi. Connate gung metal qi, connate white qi, and connate arcane jade qi. The silver jade bamboo was a spirit root born from these types of connate essence qi. One could imagine that with these 3 types of connate essence qi, the chaos divine realm would definitely improve. In addition to these 3 types of connate essence chi and the strands of connate essence chi he obtained from the fresh wind oasis, Qin Feng's chaos divine realm would soon have 20 types of connate essence chi. It had been less than 2 months since he entered the divine tree continent. Qin Feng had a feeling that the chaos divine realm could very well reach the chaos divine realm with 3,000 types of connate essence chi here. Chaos divine kingdoms were exclusive to overgods. Another overgod space. But even among overgods, there were some who didn't have a comparable divine kingdom. The chaos overgod space had a strange ability. It could cut through the boundary of some outer realms and steal the power of those greater realms like a thief. Just like what limestone and Biwu overgod spaces did to the spirit sea continent and many other continents. If the chaos divine realm could transform into an overgod space ahead of time, it would be an indescribable help to Qin Feng on his path to becoming an overgod. Your Majesty, we're here. They passed through a small patch of golden jade bamboo ridge. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The group looked at the center. A small, red fire seed appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The temple wasn't luxurious. Made of stone, it looked like a pavilion in the middle of a patch of golden jade bamboo ridge. There was no wind at all, only a single lotus-like pillar supporting it. There's more to come. Chapter 11:30. Metal Elemental Power. Some of the metal elemental giants couldn't help but get excited when they sensed the characteristics of the fire seed. Huaishanzheng was one of them. For any metal elemental giant, devouring a metal elemental fire seed was definitely a rare opportunity. However, Huaishanzheng didn't dare to move or even look at it. This was because the fire seed emitting a red glow was in front of the black-robed youth. After witnessing the power of the black-robed youth, all his thoughts were extinguished. What a rich metal elemental power. If the 9th Nether tribe was a metal elemental tribe, devouring this fire seed would definitely bring out the greatest benefits. It's a pity that the fire seed of the 9th Nether tribe became a special fire seed with the Netherworld as the main element and the water, wood, and earth elemental as the auxiliary elements after fusing with it. Qin Feng thought to himself, although it can't bring out the greatest benefits, the 9th Nether fire seed can at least transform into a light cyan color after absorbing the fortune and providence of the silver tribe from this fire seed. With a thought, he stretched out a hand, and a fire seed the size of a wash basin and resembling a small sun appeared in his hand. Everyone looked at it and knew that it was the fire seed of the 9th Nether tribe. It's also a red fire seed, but compared to the fire seed of the 9th Nether tribe, the fire seed of the silver tribe is at least one size smaller. The powerhouses of the silver tribe sighed inwardly. The strength of the fire seed represented the strength of the tribe to a certain extent. With a point of his finger, the fire seed, representing the Juyo tribe at his hand, suddenly shoots out like a fierce tiger, as if it has found its prey. With a boom, it wraps around the small red fire seed on the lotus stone pillar. Boom! It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Lightning bombarded the surroundings of the temple. Bang, bang. Everyone seemed to hear the wails and struggles under their feet. The powerhouses of the silver tribe knelt on the ground one by one and clenched their fists tightly. Hearing the wails of the fire seed, there seemed to be a nameless anger boiling in their hearts that wanted them to rush up and fight to the death with Qin Feng. The powerhouses of the 9th Nether tribe seemed to have been prepared and stared at the powerhouses of the silver tribe warily. They were just waiting for someone to make a move, and it would definitely lead to a thunderous strike. The fire seed is the initial stage of the totem god. Fortunately, it is not a complete totem god, so it is not enough to completely bewitch the tribal warriors. Although it has some spirituality, it is still not enough to summon the will fragments of the ancestor of the earth. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Qin Feng chuckled. This was another way to use the fire seed. He could summon the real Fian Celestial's avatar. For example, a fallen demon god like the ancestor of the earth could also summon the wandering wills scattered all over the world and help them recover. At the critical moment, it could be said to be a stabilizing force. It was just that the red fire seed did not have enough luck to summon the totem god. But if it reached the level of the green fire seed, it would be different. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. He was sure that it would be more difficult to attack the other big Cyan-ranked tribes in the future. Buzz. All of a sudden, an invisible buzzing sound reverberated in the divine palace. Invisible flowing lights swept across, a gentle breeze blew, and countless bamboo leaves danced in the wind, as if they were mourning for the dead. The members of the Silver Tribe who were kneeling on the ground only felt emptiness in their hearts, as if they had lost their support. The fire seed was completely devoured. The Silver Tribe was completely annihilated. After devouring the fire seed that represented the Silver Tribe's luck and destiny, the 9 Nether Tribes' fire seed gradually had a faint green ring. A power that far surpassed the red fire seed was rising. Rumble. As the 9 Nether Tribes' fire seed leveled up, many 9 Nether Tribe experts present felt their blood boiling. Boom! Suddenly, an earthy yellow divine light shot up into the sky from Tong Yun's body. The yellow light was dense and formed a huge halo. It was as if millions of tons of pressure had appeared on the ground. Many people at the side quickly retreated and left. Earth Halo, this is the phenomenon of bloodline leveling up. Bloodline ancestral awakening. How lucky! Many 9 Nether Tribe experts were abnormally envious and even jealous. When the fire seed leveled up, the bloodline of the tribe's experts would instinctively boil. There were very few existences who could receive the random boost from the fire seed and level up their bloodline. However, the probability of this happening was extremely low. There might not even be one in 10,000 people. Tong Yin was obviously that lucky person. Qin Feng looked over, and his pair of godly eyes seemed to see through Tong Yun's body. He saw that the bloodline in his body was rapidly purified after being cleansed by a trace of green luck. Originally, Tong Yun's bloodline was only considered a middle-grade bloodline. Now, it could be considered a high-grade bloodline. He might be able to level up to the king bloodline in the future. According to the secret rumors from the primordial age, high-grade bloodlines had the potential of god fiends, while king bloodlines had the potential of god kings. This was a very remarkable improvement. On the side, Queen Mother Earth, Yuan Yin'er, looked envious. Although she had the royal bloodline, which belonged to a naturally high-grade bloodline, and even had the opportunity to evolve into a king bloodline, it still required an opportunity. My lord, Bamboo Ridge is adjacent to Tai State, Spirit State, and Cloud State. If they know that our 9 Nether Tribe has conquered Bamboo Ridge, I'm afraid it will attract the anger and jealousy of the strong tribes of the 3 states. Should we establish a second Fire Seed tribe? Queen Mother Earth quietly sent a voice transmission. Qin Feng retracted his gaze from Tong Yun and glanced at Queen Mother Earth. According to the rules of the ordinary tribes, after merging into a large tribe, if the 2 tribes did not want to give up the newly conquered oasis, there was only one way to do so. That was to establish a second tribe. That was to establish a subsidiary tribe of the 9 Nether Tribe on the spot, separate a trace of Fire Seed, and build a second godly temple here. The Fire Seed suppressed the Earth Vein and could connect the 2 tribes at the same time. Once a strong enemy attacked, reinforcements could be provided at any time. However, in Qin Feng's opinion, this kind of reinforcements was very limited. On the contrary, after refining the Earth Vein and Spirit Vein, the underworld expanded to this place, and reinforcements could be provided at any time. However, the power of the underworld could not be exposed for the time being. I'll leave this to you. I'll leave Vitality Sure by Xian and Tong Ying to help you. I'll leave 300 Rock Lion Knights to guard this place. Yes. Yuan Yin'er's face revealed a trace of joy. Qin Feng nodded and glanced at Bamboo Ridge. Then, Qin Feng returned to the 9 Nether Tribe with Tong Yun and the other 7 elders of the Bai family. In an indescribably magical dimension, a pair of angry and jealous eyes were looking at Fresh Wind Oasis. This is the place, B*TCH. I won't let you become an overgod so easily. In the primordial age, the eastern wilderness saved AB*TCH like you and let you live until now. Now, the eastern wilderness is entangled by that existence and can't get away in a short time. This time, no one can save you. There's more later. Chapter 1131. Totem Laws. I am the ancestor of the totem. Only I have the right to become a chief god with this law. In the dark dimension, a beautiful woman in black clothes had a distorted expression. Intense black light surged from her body, but she was tightly bound by 4 pitch-black chains. The 4 pitch-black chains led to the depths of space-time. Even a peak 15-stage demon god couldn't break free from the chains. With messy hair, the beautiful woman in black looked at the chains around her with her scarlet eyes. Eastern Wilderness, you heartless traitor. Do you think you can let that lowly servant become a chief god with peace of mind by binding me? Dream on. Her eyes were filled with madness. Her gaze swept across the endless space-time and landed on the underworld Earth in the twilight desert. A chilling and heartless smile appeared on her face. In the underworld Earth, on the Emperor's throne, Qin Feng closed his eyes and controlled the underworld Earth's power to refine the entire bamboo ridge. The bamboo ridge's earth veins and spirit veins appeared in his divine consciousness. Interestingly, he seemed to see countless faint golden dragons entrenched within. Those were metal elemental earth veins and spirit veins. The underworld Earth's power refined these earth veins and spirit veins bit by bit. The underworld Earth's power covered them and borrowed the power of the earth veins and spirit veins to form a new underworld Earth. The more earth energy was refined, the heavier Qin Feng felt the underworld king's authority on him. At this moment, even if he didn't deliberately emit the underworld king's aura, he was still like a ball of underworld Sunday, strands of underworld law circled around him. With a single thought, he had a huge amount of power. The water elemental divinity in his body transformed into a sun that expanded to the maximum and absorbed the underworld law's profundity. At this moment, with a hum, it started to collapse. The rich divinity automatically compressed, and the 6 heavenly laws in the center seemed to be connected, forming a sun ring. It collapsed inch by inch until it became a solid point. Although this point was less than 1,000th of the original divinity's sun size, it emitted divinity light. The divinity's aura was more than 10 times stronger than before. He had broken through to the middle celestial realm. At the middle celestial level, the sun of divinity was further compressed, and the godhood was once again transformed. Qin Feng closed his eyes slightly. The rich radiance of divinity shone on his divine body, causing both his divine soul and divine body to change. It was as if he had been reborn. He was progressing towards the body of a true god. There were many other benefits as well. For example, his grasp of the laws of water had become stronger. He had faintly touched upon the threshold of the laws of water. Right now, Qin Feng felt that he could easily defeat a normal level 15 lesser celestial being with just a single thought. The difference between the two was too great. Qin Feng opened his eyes slightly and smiled. Next would be the greater celestial cultivation. But that wouldn't be easy. The water elemental innate indestructible spirit light of 1,000 leaves water, God Black Lotus, had almost been completely refined by him, and there was not much left. Qin Feng had almost completely refined this water-attributed innate indestructible spirit light into water-attributed divinity and added it to the water-attributed sun. Qin Feng was no stranger to the cultivation of the middle celestial realm. After obtaining part of the mysteries of the witchcraft civilization and sacrificial civilization from Duan Shaolu, he had already understood the path ahead. Next, he would continue to compress the sun of divinity until he turned into a semi-solid demigod persona. Following the refinement of the earth vein and spiritual vein in the bamboo ridge, 3 gigantic temples appeared in the corresponding underworld. Although the earth vein and spiritual vein of the Bamboo Ridge couldn't be compared to the Xinfeng oasis that Qin Feng had made into his base camp, it was undoubtedly much more powerful than the other temples that were formed in other places. Moreover, the earth vein and spiritual vein of the Bamboo Ridge were the center point of tens of thousands of miles. Naturally, the temple it condensed was no ordinary temple. Many of the powerful beings in the Nine Abyss tribe could feel the fortune and authority of the three temples. It was probably second only to Qin Feng's authority of the King of Hell. For a moment, many people had their eyes on the three temples. However, there were also some people who were indifferent. Among them were Yi Ding, Tong Yun, Tong Ying, and Tong Un, and Tong Wan, who had returned after wiping out the Chu Yin tribe. These people were very clear about Qin Feng's plan. In the future, the Nine Abyss tribe would focus on the Xinfeng oasis. The underworld absorbed the earth energy of the vast earth vein and spiritual vein to grow, but a large part of it was returned to the Xinfeng oasis. The earth vein and spiritual vein of the Xinfeng oasis were growing stronger day by day. Although their temple authority was temporarily less than the three temples in the Bamboo Ridge, it would surpass them sooner or later, or even far surpass them. A month later, in the temple, Qin Feng once again gathered the level 14 powerhouses in the tribe. At this time, the Nine Abyss tribe had already wiped out all the large and small tribes in the Wu state and was the only overlord in the entire Wu state. It could be said that the powerhouses were all gathered in one place. There were a total of 18 level 14 powerhouses. Among them were the 5 elders of the Bronze Beard village, Tong Yun, Tong Wan, Tong and Tong Ying, and Tong Lun. The 8 elders of the newly conquered Silver Tribe were Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, Bai Wang, Bai Yu, Bai Ye, and Bai Xian. The Primordial Tree Tribe's Queen of the Earth, Yuan Yun Primordial Shi. The Zhejiang Tribes, Jiang Yueqing. The Huaishan Tribes, Huaishan Zhang. And the newly conquered Chu Yin Tribes, Chu Lin. There was also a level 15 powerhouse. It was the king of the Boulder tribe among the 5 invading powerhouses. However, ever since this Boulder king was conquered by Qin Feng, he had been keeping a low profile. Today was the first time he entered the underworld temple. A group of people lined up in rows and sat in 2 rows on both sides of the temple according to their status. However, there were even more level 13 powerhouses. These people were only qualified to listen. Most of them came to the underworld for the first time as well. Their faces were filled with surprise, amazement, and nervousness. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng was dressed in an emperor's robe. He looked at everyone in the temple and spoke softly. All the powerhouses here are the right-hand men and pillars of the Nine Abyss tribe. You should know the reason why I've gathered all of you here. You're right. There are only 2 reasons why I've gathered all of you here. One is to confer the temple. You all know that the temple is a symbol of status in the Nine Abyss tribe. The temple is limited. Not everyone in a high position can get a share. As soon as he said that, many of the level 14 powerhouses in the temple were shocked. Some of them did not hide their eagerness at all. In the temple, there was 1 level 15 powerhouse and 18 level 14 powerhouses. However, not every powerhouse had their own temple. After all, only a small part of them could have a temple. In the past month, many people had heard the news but were unable to enter the underworld. This was a rare opportunity. Even the Boulder King, who had been keeping a low profile, could not help but look at the emperor on the throne. Chapter 1132. Everyone, don't worry. I've always been fair. I'll reward those who have done well and punish those who have done wrong. As long as one can contribute to the Nine Nether tribe, I won't be stingy with treasures and temples regardless of their cultivation base. However, if one doesn't do anything, the Nine Nether tribe won't tolerate him no matter how high his cultivation base is. Qin Feng's tone was extremely strict. As a force, if one didn't reward those who had done well and punish those who had done wrong, then this force wouldn't grow even if it was powerful for a while. Laws and rules were necessary for a large force. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Qin Feng looked around and saw the changes in everyone's expression. He nodded instantly. He waved his hand. As the deputy chief, Yi Ding's face flashed with helplessness. The next moment, it turned serious. He took a few steps forward and cupped his hands towards Qin Feng, who was on the emperor's throne. Then, he turned around and glanced at the many level 14 powerhouses present. He took out a roll of black and gold bright yellow silk from his sleeve. Yi Ding cursed silently. At this moment, he was like an eunuch. He shouted loudly, "Tong and Tong Wan, Tong Luan, where are you?" On the left, Tong and Tong Wan and Tong Luan's eyes lit up. They immediately stood up. "Yes, sir." Yi Ding glanced at the three of them and said loudly, "The king has ordered that Tong and Tong Wan and Tong Wan led the tribe to quell the chaos in Wu State and made great contribution for the Nine Nether tribe to unify Wu State. Their contributions are in the hearts of the people, so they should be rewarded. Each of you will be given 1 Earth Pearl, 1 Earth God Power Scroll, and 5% of Earth Chi as a reward for your kindness." 5% of Earth Chi. The three of them had burning eyes. Earth Chi was closely related to the authority of the temple. If the authority of the temple in the underworld was divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, and monarch, then they could only be regarded as the peak of low grade at most. However, if they were blessed with 5% of Earth Chi, the authority of the temple would definitely be promoted to mid grade. A middle grade temple, this was an extremely rare and unique one. One must know that even the king's temple was barely a high grade one. The deputy chief's temple was only a mid-grade one. "Thank you, king, for your gift." The three of them stepped forward, each of them looking extremely excited. The three barbarians are quite lucky to have met this black-bellied junior brother who is willing to buy horse bones with 1,000 gold taels. Yi Ding cursed in his heart and was filled with envy. If half of the Earth Chi was used to enhance his temple, it would also be extremely beneficial. Although it wouldn't be able to immediately ascend to the high grade, it would also significantly increase his authority over the underworld, and his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be much faster. Now, he had a taste of the benefits of this temple. In a temple, the denser one's luck was, the more compatible it was with the laws. Naturally, one would be able to comprehend the laws and laws much faster. It was easy to cultivate in the government, and it was perfect to use it here. With that said, 3 smart and pretty girls walked out from the side. These girls were the boys that Qin Feng had used his true power to change some of the spiritual roots. It was specifically used to make people look bad. The true form of the 3 maidens was the banana spirit root on the outside. They looked very spiritual, and all of them were abnormally pink and cute. The 3 girls carried the trays and walked to Tong Wan, Tong Un, and Tong Luan with extreme caution. On each of the golden trays, there were 2 treasures, a goose egg-sized earth treasure pearl and a roll of cloth. Yi Ding glanced at the 3 treasures on the golden trays. His expression flickered slightly, and he said to the 3 of them, "The half of the Earth Chi is stored in the Earth Treasure Pearl. When the 3 elders return to the temple, you only need to implant the Earth Treasure Pearl into the altar." "Thank you for your advice, Deputy Clan Leader." Tong Wan, Tong Un, and Tong Luan nodded. They happily took the trays from the 3 maidens and retreated to the side, joyfully. Looking at this scene, many elders were secretly envious. "Where is Elder Yuan Yin-er?" "Yuan Yin-er is here." The Queen of Earth, Yuan Yin-er, walked out. Yi Ding was expressionless. The king ordered that Yuan Yin-er obeyed the heavens and was deeply righteous. She led the tribe to merge with the Nine Nether tribe and should be rewarded. Later on, she persuaded the Silver tribe to surrender, remove the weapons, and settled many people in the Silver tribe. She is rewarded with a wood treasure pearl and a middle-grade temple. Yuan Yin-er thanks the king for the reward. Yuan Yin-er stepped forward and bowed respectfully with a slight look of regret on her face. If she could, she would rather have a low-grade temple near the Xian Feng tribe. Vitality Stones, Jiang Yueqing, Huaishanzheng, Chu Lin, by Xinju Ling, one by one, the powerhouses stepped forward. Qin Feng was not a stingy person. This time, the 3 middle-grade temples and 7 to 8 low-grade temples formed in the underworld were all sealed away. Although the rest of the people did not have temples, they were rewarded with treasures, spiritual medicine, spiritual pills, and cultivation methods. Fortunately, Qin Feng had a few treasure vaults with him. He was very rich. Most of the people in the hall were overjoyed as they received benefits. Among them, Yuan Yin'er by Xian and Zhu Ling received the most benefits this time. The 3 of them each received a middle-grade temple in the Bamboo Ridge. However, no one was dissatisfied. Needless to say, Yuan Yin'er was the first leader of small tribe to join the 9 Nether tribe. During this period of time, she was busy helping the Silver tribe and the other tribes to settle down. Bai Xian, as a former level 14 powerhouse of the Silver tribe, was the first to join the tribe. She was given a middle-grade temple to appease the other 7 elders of the Bai tribe. Everyone knew this. As for Zhu Ling, the level 15 king of the Giant Rock tribe, it was not excessive to give him a middle-grade temple with his cultivation. As for Yuan Yin'er, Chu Lin, Jiang Yueqing, and Huai Shanzheng, the 4 level 14 powerhouses who joined the tribe earlier, each received a low-grade temple. However, most of them were on the nodes of the spiritual veins outside the Xianfeng oasis. The 4 level 14 powerhouses were quite satisfied. The remaining 4 low-grade temples were given to 4 level 13 powerhouses who fought bravely or were good at internal affairs. The remaining 7 level 14 powerhouses of the Bai tribe only received verbal encouragement. However, these 7 powerhouses could do nothing. They had just joined the 9 Nether tribe and had not made any contributions. There was nothing they could do. However, it was foreseeable that after this enfeefment, the 9 Nether tribe, which was still slightly flustered, would restore order in an extremely short period of time. The tribe's appearance would also be brand new. Everyone would think about their achievements. Everyone be quiet. A faint voice came from Yi Ding's mouth, and the entire temple suddenly quieted down. After Yi Ding finished speaking, he returned to his throne. Everyone this time, besides the enfeefment, there's also a second matter, which is expansion. Expansion? Hearing this, many of the powerhouses in the hall looked serious. There was no lack of excitement. Expansion meant that they would have more territory and more new temples. The temple authority could be said to be something that everyone dreamed of. There's more later. Chapter 1133. Everyone knows that our 9th Nether tribe has unified the Wu state, but that's not enough. The rules of the world are so cruel. The weak are prey to the strong. If you don't want to be bullied and oppressed by others, you have to work hard to be the strongest. Everyone here should know what the underworld means to our tribe. The secret of the underworld will be exposed sooner or later in front of many forces on the Divine Tree continent. Before that, our 9th Nether tribe must have the strength to protect this secret. On the Emperor's throne, Qin Feng looked around at everyone in the hall and said in a deep voice, "Now, the 3 sand continents, Tai State, Spirit State, and Cloud State, are blocking the expansion of our 9th Nether tribe. What do you think we should do? Trample and plunder. Unify the 4 regions. What else is there to say? Just fight. That's right. Our 9th Nether tribe has many soldiers and generals. With the king's support, what are we afraid of? Let's go to war. Only by going to war can we seize fate and break through the bottleneck." As soon as Qin Feng finished his words, the experts of the 9th Nether tribe clamored for war. Other things aside, the benefits after the expansion of the underworld would make them crazy. On the Emperor's throne, Qin Feng nodded. "That's right. However, our 9th Nether tribe shouldn't be too high-profile now. We should focus on nibbling. Once the nibbling comes, won't it slow down?" Tong'an stood up with a puzzled expression. In his opinion, with Qin Feng's strength, he could crush them easily. There was no need to go through so much trouble. What the king is worried about is the holy city. Yuan Yun'er, the Queen of Earth, was deep in thought. Not only the holy city, but also the goblin race and the Tukuan nation. The Twilight Desert has its own rules after all. Before our strength surpasses all the other forces, we can only keep our secrets for the time being and develop silently. Tong Yin stood up. The king is wise. In this way, not only can we hide our secret, but we can also develop the ninth nether tribe to the greatest extent. If we act rashly, we will easily be besieged by many forces and cause problems. The giant spirit also spoke, which was rare. Slowly nibbling at the surrounding sand continents is indeed the best way for the ninth nether tribe to develop. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng smiled. All taboos, rules, standards, and principles can be broken by slow smuggling. As long as you don't interfere, it means that you've acquiesced. As long as you don't notice, he'll get the benefits. As long as he stabilizes this step, he'll start the next step. In the end, it became a whale swallowing. When one is defeated to the point of despair, one will give up. This is human nature. Everyone was moved. His Majesty's ability to control people's hearts was far beyond imagination. No wonder he was able to dodge Gong Ao's various methods time and time again. Yi Ding was expressionless, but he could not help but sigh in his heart. There are indeed many things that I should learn from it, whether it's the way to control its subordinates or its understanding of the human heart. Perhaps it's really my greatest help in breaking free from Gong Ao's control. Yi Ding thought to himself, there are three choices in front of us: Tai state, cloud state, and spiritual state. What do you think? Qin Feng's eyes fell on the Jinling. Jinling, you're the leader of a large tribe in cloud state. You should know more about the three sand states. Why don't you say something? The Jinling stood up. At this moment, everyone was looking at him. He looked very calm as he cupped his hands toward the emperor on the emperor's throne and said, in fact, the strength of the three sand states is about the same. However, in terms of resources, the spiritual state has the most. The desert only accounts for 1/3 of the spiritual state's treasures. The rest are all oases, and the spiritual root resources are the best in the three states. I've heard about this. It seems that there's a big river upstream of the spiritual state that flows through the spiritual state and stretches to almost half of the sand states in cloud state, nourishing countless tribes on both sides. The one who spoke was Huaishan Zheng. This elder had a trace of envy on his face. Although the earth giants could tolerate the desert environment and were like fish in water, it didn't mean that they didn't need water. On the contrary, they relied heavily on it. If that's the case, let's attack the spiritual state. Yes, let's secretly conquer the spiritual state. Many elders spoke up one after another, their eyes shining brightly. They all knew that the spiritual mountain-blessed land was the key to refining temples in the underworld. The higher the quality of the spiritual mountain oasis, the higher the quality of the temples. Elder Huaishan is knowledgeable. You're right. The Jinling glanced to Huaishan Zheng and the other elders. However, I don't recommend your majesty to conquer this state. Why not? Tongan couldn't help but jump out. The Jinling shook his head. Although the spiritual state has many oases and resources, it's the focus of many big tribes around it. My Boulder tribe is only one of the weaker ones. It's even rumored that the holy city is involved in it. Yuan Yin, the queen of the earth, said with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Our ancestors also left a message saying that a royal family has taken root in the spiritual state. This royal family doesn't seem to be related to our ancestors. It's a very famous side branch of the royal family. I'm afraid that it has a special connection with the holy city. Many of the elders frowned when they heard this. Right now, the ninefold darkness tribe needed to develop quietly instead of competing with the holy city for resources. The Jinling looked around and cupped his hands when his gaze landed on the emperor's throne. I suggest that we consider conquering the cloud state and Tai state. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng was multitasking. One was controlling the underworld to refine parts of the earth veins in the cloud state, spiritual state, and Tai state to gather information. On the other side, in the Grand Palace. Hearing this, Qin Feng spoke. Tell me about the cloud state and Tai state. Tai state is similar to our Wu state in terms of terrain. Naturally, there are only a few powerful tribes in it. There is only one Yinling tribe, and the Yinling tribe has been killed by our master. At this moment, the tribe is probably in internal strife or has fallen apart. At this point, the Jinling looked a bit embarrassed. Many elders chuckled. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng said with a smile, "This is a good choice. After all, it's a soft persimmon." The Jinling nodded. The other one is the cloud state. The cloud state has water veins and spiritual mountains that are not inferior to the spiritual state in terms of resources. However, it has a special feature. Jiang Yueqing said, "I've heard of this before. Although the cloud state has many spiritual mountains and resources, it is covered in a thick fog, which is how the cloud state got its name. It is a very strange fog that suppresses the spiritual senses of any master who enters it. Even the spiritual senses of a level 15 master can only extend to 300 meters, and the spiritual senses of a level 14 master can only extend to 300 meters at most. Besides, many strange things happen in the cloud state. Even level 15 masters can encounter unexpected dangers. Therefore, no big tribes are willing to enter the cloud state, even though they know that it has many spiritual mountains and resources. More on that later. Chapter 1134. I've heard that the Saint City once sent 3 or 4 15th Order powerhouses into the Cloud region. There were even mid-level Celestial Realm powerhouses. However, the result shocked everyone. They disappeared and never appeared again. Everyone's expression changed drastically. A 15th Order powerhouse was extraordinary. If such a powerful existence couldn't come out, the Cloud Prefecture was too mysterious. On the Emperor's throne, Qin Feng pondered. If so, we'll use the Tai state as a breakthrough point. Qin Feng's gaze landed below the main hall. Zhuling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang, where are you? Delighted, Zhuling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang immediately stood up and walked to the center of the hall. Yes, your majesty. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. I'll leave the Yinling tribe and the Tai state to you. I want you to wipe out the Tai state in 2 months. Yes, your majesty. This subordinate will sacrifice my life to eradicate the Yinling tribe within 2 months and take it under the command of the Jiuyo tribe. Zhuling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang all looked excited since this was a free credit. They were new to the tribe and needed some credit to gain a foothold in the tribe. Well, good. You can go now. If you need anything, you could discuss it with the deputy clan leader. The 6 of them nodded right away, and then they followed Yi Ding out of the hall and prepared to leave. The rest of you, settle down and prepare for the invasion of the spiritual state. Yes, your majesty. Everyone stood up. Okay, you can leave now. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng waved his hand. The group quickly left. Many of them were delighted and prepared to take over the temple and familiarize themselves with its power. But most of them were eager to fight. Yuan Yun, is there anything else? Qin Feng looked up and asked when he saw that Yuan Yun didn't intend to leave. Yuan Yun looked at the emperor on the emperor's throne and said with a smile, Your Majesty, you trust Zhuling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang. On the emperor's throne, Qin Feng smiled. What are you trying to say? Yuan Yun glanced at Qin Feng coquettishly. Your Majesty, why are you asking when you already know the answer? This subordinate is worried that Zhu Ling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang will find out about your Majesty's secret and sneak away. When the time comes and we tell the holy city about the underworld secret, then, on the emperor's throne, Qin Feng smiled. This king has confidence in the 6 elders on this point. What if? Yuan Yun stared at Qin Feng. There's no what if here. Qin Feng smiled faintly. The underworld was filled with mottled inner demons. Qin Feng did not show any generosity. These inner demons had already infected many experts of the 9 Nether tribe, including Yuan Yun'er. It would be fine if these people didn't have any disloyalty But if they did, Qin Feng would be the first to sense it. In fact, Qin Feng wasn't simply creating the underworld. He was just using the underworld as a surface. In fact, he was promoting the rules of the demon Tao. The next step was to establish the underworld demon underworld. Qin Feng had an inheritance in his hands. It was the supreme inheritance of the underworld demon, and the final heavenly demon was the Yama Emperor. The Yama Emperor was also a supreme heavenly demon like Qin Feng, an otherworldly demon king. It was also one of the true inheritances of the demon Tao. This kind of demon was most suitable to suppress the underworld. However, the Yama Emperor was a little special. He could only cultivate with the bodies of the underworld god, ghost god, and yin god. Ordinary people could also cultivate it, but they had to give up their physical bodies and use yang to refine yin. However, Qin Feng wasn't worried. As the war approached, more and more experts died in battle. He didn't have to worry about not having enough people to cultivate the true inheritance of the Yama Emperor. Maybe I can split up the true inheritance of the Yama Emperor and pass it down to the higher-ups. Qin Feng's expression didn't change, but his mind was thinking about something else. It seems that I'm overthinking. Seeing her king's expression, Yuan Yun'er nodded and left the hall with a smile. She had just been given a temple, so she needed to accept her own temple. A temple. This was a rare honor for the Juyo tribe. Just as Qin Feng said, it was also a symbol of status. Qin Feng scanned the area with his divine telekinesis. After destroying the Silver Tribe, the iron wall blocking the west of Wu State was completely gone. The three continents were like naked girls lying in front of him. The question now was which one to choose. According to the original plan, Qin Feng's divine telekinesis extended toward Tai State. Just as the giant spirit said, most of the territory of Yin State was built by the Sea of Sand. Resources were scarce. Even the earth giants, who were never picky about food, despised this barren place. They didn't want to take root here. However, the underworld was not picky. Even if it was a barren land, it could still be refined. The power of the underworld was derived, and it opened up the underground veins to absorb the earth chi to form a new underworld. Incidentally, Qin Feng also used his power for personal gain. He continuously integrated a part of the earth chi into the surrounding mountains and rivers of Xinfeng Oasis. Some of the earth giants who had a good grasp of the law of earth could clearly feel that the underground veins were getting thicker and thicker. They were like giant dragons. Such changes directly affected Xinfeng Oasis. The living things here were becoming more lively, and the mountains were getting taller. It looked like they were growing taller. Many of the earth giants smiled. They knew that this could be their king opening up the underground veins again. Using hundreds of thousands of miles of underground veins and spiritual veins to nurture a land. Even the earth giants, who had great control over the underground veins, couldn't do such a thing. Compared to the ordinary earth giants, Tong Yun, Tong Ying, Tong Wan, Tong En, and Tong Lin, the five elders whose temples were built in the oasis, could sense it more directly. The underground veins and spiritual veins around their temples were getting thicker and thicker, which led to the authority of their temples being greater and greater. The thickness of the temples and the connected underground veins and spiritual veins had a very obvious and direct relationship. Tong Yun benefited the most from this. Originally, there were only 4 spiritual veins connected to his temple. They were the size of an earth snake. This time, with the increase in earth chi, he could clearly feel that the 4 spiritual veins had become thicker and thicker. What made him the happiest was that among the underground veins, there were a few more underground veins that were contaminated with earth chi and were about to transform into spiritual veins. However, the biggest change was in the central main vein. He sensed with his divine perception that there was a huge temple above the central main vein. It was like the sun in the underworld. That was the 9th underworld king's temple. Originally, this temple had 6 dragon-like spiritual veins. After absorbing the earth chi, these 6 dragon-like spiritual veins were filled with spirituality and were huge. 2 more spiritual veins the size of earth snakes were born at the side. There were a total of 8 spiritual veins, which was close to the peak of a high-grade temple. According to the 9th Underworld King's classification, a temple with 1 to 3 spiritual veins was a low-grade temple. 4 to 6 spiritual veins was a mid-grade temple. 7 to 9 spiritual veins was a high-grade temple. Up to 12 spiritual veins was a transcendent grade temple. A king-grade temple was slightly different. It didn't matter what grade the temple was. As long as it had a king-grade spiritual vein, it was a king-grade temple. Chapter 1135. The Sacred City. The Sacred City was located in the Yuan state. It did not look like a desert, but more like a huge primeval forest. It was a few hundred feet tall and lush. The royal family of the Earth Giants had lived in this state for generations. It was enough to show the beauty of this state. Some people even said that all the beauty of the 36 states in the Twilight Desert gathered in the 3 states, which created the desolation and silence of the desert. Among the 3 states, the Yuan state was one of them. At this moment, in the hall of the Yuan state, a thunder giant looked helpless. Xuanyangzi, exactly how afraid are you of the Ninetale tribe? You've already told me about this matter a few hundred times, and I've already promised you that I'll surely investigate it thoroughly when the time comes. Prince Ju Ting, if you trust me, you should be prepared. He has now unified the Wu state and has a strong army. If you wait any longer, he will sweep the surrounding area. It will be too late then. Xuanyangzi's face was stern. Ju Ting was silent after hearing that. How about this? I will ask the Stone Ra King to send 2 elders who are about to break through to the middle level, but at most they will be suppressed. After all, he has already sent people to the sacred city to ask for instructions, and the 6 kings have already agreed. Xuanyangzi's eyes flashed. Suppression was what he wanted. Currently, there were countless known invaders in the Twilight Desert, but in this area, only the 9 Nether King had been discovered. Since he had decided to build a tribe, he would not allow other invaders to take advantage of this place. Of course, it was more of a threat. The Abysmal tribe had quickly unified the Wu state, which made him feel very uneasy. Whether it was for public or private reasons, he would not allow the Abysmal tribe to take root here. I think it is still not enough. At the very least, we need to send a middle celestial expert to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Ju Ting frowned, feeling impatient. Xuanyangzi was too cowardly. How could he send a middle celestial elder to a newly risen tribe? Even though he was the direct descendant of the Stone King, one of the 6 kings in the sacred city, it was difficult for him to mobilize a middle celestial expert. The sacred city had been in charge of the Yuan state for millions of years, and there were very few middle celestial experts. All of them were in important positions and held great power. Xuanyangzi observed Ju Ting's expression. He could clearly see through Ju Ting's impatience as he calmly said, "Giant Thunder Prince, it's not that I'm being overly cautious. It's just that this 9 Serenities King's battle record makes us cautious. He single-handedly captured the Silver King, the Mountain River King, the Boulder King, the Thousand Eyes King, and the Yenling King. That's enough to show how powerful he is. He might even be a middle celestial master." That's enough, Xuanyangzi. Don't be an alarmist. Both of us have seen his strength with our own eyes. Although he's strong, he doesn't have the aura of a middle celestial. At most, he's a pinnacle lesser celestial. Ju Ting sneered. As for the Silver King, the Mountain River King, the Boulder King, the Thousand Eye King, and the Yenling King, these 5 tribe leaders are nothing. They just entered rank 15 not long ago. In our royal family, there are many people who are stronger than these 5. Take me as an example. In this ancestral worshipping ceremony, as long as I awaken my bloodline for the 2nd time, I can easily capture these 5 rank 15 powerhouses. Ju Ting was unconvinced. Under the radiance of the laws, Xuanyangzi's face was ugly and helpless. The fire seed of the holy city was indeed strong and possessed many unbelievable powers. At the end of the day, this place was similar to the primordial age. As long as one's bloodline was strong and pure, regardless of cultivation base or physique, one would be able to revert back to their ancestors time and time again, evolving towards the first generation of ancient beings. Xuanyangzi could still remember that he had cultivated for a full 1,000 years to reach his current cultivation base. The reason why he could reach rank 15 within 1,000 years was mostly because of his identity. He was formed from a strand of pure yang flame within the cauldron. For a royal bloodline like Zhu Ting, he could reach rank 15 within 300 to 400 years. If he could revert back to his ancestors, he could even reach the pinnacle of a middle celestial. Seeing Xuanyangzi's silence, Zhu Ting could not bear it. Thinking about how this person had helped him a lot, he could not bear to disappoint him. After a while, he said, "How about this? After the ancestral worshipping ceremony, I'll send a middle celestial elder over." Xuanyangzi frowned. The ancestral worship ceremony would take at least 3 months before it would begin, but he could not push his luck. 3 months it is. I don't think he can make any breakthroughs in 3 months. Seeing that Xuanyangzi was silent, Zhu Ting smiled in satisfaction and stood up. "Let's go, brother Xuanyangzi." Today, the holy city's caravan returned from the forest barren land. They brought many good things from outside the twilight desert. Let's go take a look. Let me tell you, compared to the forest barren land, our twilight desert can only be considered a barren land. That place is a land of heavenly treasures. All kinds of treasures will dazzle you. The refinement of Tai Prefecture's earth veins could only be described as a straightforward drive. At first, they encountered some small tribes, and there was some sporadic resistance. But after Juling, Bai Yin, Bai Chun, Bai Lian, Bai Li, and Bai Wang set off for half a month, these sporadic resistance gradually disappeared. Obviously, the 6 of them had begun to take action. As for the remaining people in the 9 Nether tribe, Qin Feng did not let them be idle. They helped to consolidate Fresh Wind Oasis. 1 month, in just 1 month, more than half of Tai Prefecture was refined. The remaining half of Yinling tribe was still stubbornly resisting. But according to the news sent by Zhu Ling, by Yin, by Chun, by Lian, by Li, and by Wang through the underworld, it was only a matter of time before they took down all of them. The rest was just a matter of bargaining. Actually, according to the news sent by Zhu Ling, Yinling tribe did not have much intention to resist. They just wanted to wait for the best price. Thanks to the refinement of more than half of Tai Prefecture, Fresh Wind Oasis changed almost every day. In just 1 month, the oasis seemed to have expanded by 10 times. This kind of expansion could be seen and felt by the experts of the 9 Nether tribe. The original basin of Fresh Wind Oasis changed very obviously. The basin became even higher, and the protruding part formed a huge mountain range that was tens of thousands of feet tall, while the low-lying part formed a large valley, with a small lake in the center as the boundary. It was divided into 2 halves. The small oasis that used to be thousands of miles long became tens of thousands of miles wide. It looked exceptionally magnificent. That protruding mountain range was secretly named 9 Rings Mountain Range by the 9 Nether tribe. Many members of the 9 Nether tribe planted the silver jade bamboo that they obtained from the bamboo ridge. Many earth giants were busy there. Thanks to the merger of the silver tribe, the primordial tree tribe, and some other small tribes, the 9 Nether tribe's population increased from 3,000 to 8,000. Because of this, Fresh Wind Oasis did not seem empty. After the situation in Tai Prefecture was more or less settled, Qin Feng set his sights on Cloud Prefecture. Compared to Tai Prefecture, Qin Feng was more concerned about Cloud Prefecture, because there were precious treasures in Cloud Prefecture. There's more later. Chapter 1136. The underworld fell into Qin Feng's hands along with the Wu and Tai continents. Qin Feng comprehended the mysteries of the earth element extremely quickly. The underworld was actually just the power of the earth element. In his previous life, underworld ancestor Wang Daoi had a little-known title, the Underworld Emperor. As the Underworld King, Qin Feng had the ability to mobilize the power of the ley lines in the Wu and Tai continents, even though his authority had yet to reach the Underworld Emperor, and Underworld Ancestor levels. However, even with the support of the Underworld King's power from the two continents, Qin Feng found that his progress in the Cloud Continent was abnormal. It seemed that the ley lines in the Cloud Continent were more than 10 times stronger than those in the Wu and Tai continents combined. It was exceptionally difficult to refine. At first, Qin Feng did not understand the key. However, after refining some of the ley lines and spirit veins at the edge of the Cloud Continent, he gradually felt a special and extremely obscure fluctuation. It was an extremely majestic power. It was extremely mysterious, extremely strange, and extremely majestic. It suppressed the ley lines in the entire Cloud Continent, making it extremely difficult for Qin Feng to refine the ley lines in the Cloud Continent. It was like an unshakable rock. Thus, Qin Feng concluded that there was a great treasure in the Cloud Continent. Combined with the strange fog in the Cloud Continent and the many rumors, Qin Feng estimated that this was not an ordinary treasure. It was very likely that it was a supreme treasure nurtured by the ley lines. It could be a connate supreme treasure or an origin supreme treasure. Low-grade connate supreme treasures, while high-grade connate supreme treasures were origin supreme treasures. This was not unprecedented. In Qin Feng's memory, many connate supreme treasures and origin supreme treasures in the Spirit Sea continent were nurtured by ley lines. For example, the Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus he obtained was a water-type connate supreme treasure nurtured by a top-tier ley line in the Endless Ocean for several eras. To be honest, after having this guess in his heart, Qin Feng was very excited, as long as it was a supreme treasure. Even a low-grade connate supreme treasure had extraordinary effects. For example, the Thousand Leaves Water God Black Lotus. Just by refining it, he almost reached the 15th level in one step. If it was an origin source treasure, it would be even more impressive. Any supreme treasure of origin was beyond the reach of fiend celestials. However, Qin Feng's joy did not last long. He realized that the earth veins behind the Cloud Prefecture were too difficult to refine. Qin Feng had originally planned to leave personally, but the matter in Tai province had yet to be completely resolved, so he couldn't leave for now. Until one day, Zhu Ling by Yin, by Chun, by Lian, by Li, and by Wang brought good news. The Yinling tribe had finished their negotiations and completely surrendered. Inside the dark temple, Qin Feng revealed a faint smile. Countless strands of black qi flashed around him and churned in the air, slowly turning into the appearance of a black-robed sovereign emperor. True body. The black-robed emperor nodded slightly. Looking at this mental demon incarnation, Qin Feng nodded slightly. As he cultivated to the unparalleled level of the extraterritorial Devil King, this mental demon incarnation could be passed off as the real thing. Moreover, his strength was also extraordinary. He was definitely not just for show. Guard the underworld for me. I'm going to explore the Cloud Prefecture. The black-robed Imperial Emperor nodded. True body, don't worry. Qin Feng nodded, and with a flash, he disappeared from the temple without a sound. The underworld could be said to be extremely vast now. It contained the regions of 2 continents. Black clouds covered the sky. Flying in the dark clouds, Qin Feng looked down and saw a barren plain of white bones. Piles of white bones were piled up. From time to time, vengeful spirits, zombies, and skeleton soldiers wandered around. These white bones were not illusory. They were real. The underworld had naturally evolved from some of the ancient battlefields and ancient burial grounds in these 2 continents. Rumble. A small thundercloud appeared in front of him. Countless purple-black thunderbolts were concentrated. Bang! Huge purple-black thunderbolts bombarded the plain of white bones, looking abnormally violent. That was the power of the extreme inland in the earth veins feng shui in the underworld. Flying past the thundercloud, many strange faint black lakes appeared. They looked like terrifying cold ponds. Those were special areas that had absorbed some of the extreme inland in the earth veins feng shui. It looked very scary. Qin Feng scanned with his divine sense. Many tenacious and vitality auras were born in the cold ponds. Those are the eggs of the underworld beasts. The underworld had absorbed a portion of the ferocious beast imprints that existed in the earth veins and were born by chance. Some were strong, some were weak. The weak ones were like the level 3 and level 4 underworld wolves, underworld tigers, and underworld lions. The strong ones would produce level 13 underworld phoenixes and underworld dragons. If there was an opportunity, a powerful level 14 underworld beast true spirit might appear. If a level 14 underworld beast true spirit could be born, this underworld would be truly perfect. However, it could be imagined that it would not be long before these underworld beasts were born. They would become the top predators on the plane of white bones. Perhaps, in the following years, only the official residences of the underworld gods would be safe. The other places would become abnormally dangerous. These are not what Qin Feng had to worry about. As the underworld king, any existence born in the underworld was his people. They were all his natural warriors. Occasionally, Qin Feng could see streaks of spiritual light in the desolate underworld. Those were spiritual residences. They were residences that were born from the nodes of the earth veins where many treasured lands of the Yang world gathered. Although their level was not as good as the temples that Qin Feng had bestowed, they were still rare, treasured residences. These residences were born with the accumulation of luck. What was even rarer was that they were protected by earth veins. Although they did not have spirit veins, their potential was very good. They had the potential to advance into temples. Not to mention the potential. If an ordinary soul who had just entered the underworld had such a treasure house, they would definitely be able to establish a firm foothold in an extremely short period of time and even become a ghost king. Qin Feng had sensed it with his divine sense. This kind of treasure house formed by the Yang world's feng shui could resist the attacks of underworld beasts and wandering ghosts to a large extent. If there was an endless stream of sacrifices from the Yang world, it would automatically gather luck and even upgrade. Then, there were many Yang world's earth veins that appeared in the underworld. Even though he was the Nether King, Qin Feng was still amazed in his heart. This underworld could indeed be called the final destination of the underworld. The Cloud Prefecture's earth veins were in the southwest. Qin Feng had refined a part of the Cloud Prefecture's earth veins. A very interesting and strange region was formed in the underworld. The Cloud Prefecture was indeed a beautiful place. Many of the refined earth veins fell into the underworld and formed a few excellent spiritual residences. There were even many temples formed after refining the spirit veins. There was also a very majestic power that appeared directly in front of Qin Feng. At this moment, he was standing at the edge of the Cloud Prefecture. His god eyes looked over, and a large amount of spiritual light appeared in his god eyes like an ocean. It flickered with various colors. They were like snakes made of spiritual light. Qin Feng was a little stunned. One had to know that those spiritual lights were not anything else but spirit veins. What shocked him the most was the huge object that looked like a divine dragon in the center. It was a terrifying spirit vein that looked like a huge dragon. The spirit vein emitted an extremely majestic aura. It was as leisurely as a true king. Even a level 15 expert like him was like an ant in front of this dragon-like spirit vein. King Great Spirit Vein. Qin Feng's throat made a sound. Chapter 1137. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. A king grade spirit vein was the king of all spirit veins. Between heaven and earth, there were dragon veins, and dragon veins were the kings of earth veins. The king of spirit veins was the king grade spirit vein. For an ordinary level 15 expert, it was just a training ground for them to cultivate. However, for Qin Feng, it meant a lot. With his king grade spirit vein, his temple could definitely be upgraded to a king grade temple. Upgrading to a king-grade temple would be extraordinary. With the help of the king-grade temple, his body of the Nether King would have the ability to fight against a level 15 king. This was an extraordinary key. In the cloud region, the excitement on Qin Feng's face did not last long. Instead, it gradually turned serious. The layman only saw the excitement, while the expert saw the artistry. If an ordinary expert came, they would only see the extremely dense spiritual qi in the cloud region and the thousands of spirit veins underground. However, Qin Feng was not an ordinary person. He could see it with a single glance. The entire cloud region was a huge natural array, an innate realm array. The movement of the countless spirit veins seemed chaotic and without any pattern. However, as a demigod realm array grandmaster, Qin Feng's gods, I caught a trace of mysterious and obscure energy that was born in the spirit veins. The dense energy of the array covered the entire cloud region in the form of mist. Anyone who rushed in would be lost in the array. Moreover, this seems to be a water innate realm array. Murmuring, Qin Feng's gods, I saw that most of the spirit veins were water innate realm. The most important king-grade spirit vein in the center was also water innate realm. Its blue light was very obvious. Qi. Soundlessly, a black flowing light appeared in the underworld of Cloud Prefecture. Qin Feng's figure appeared in the mist above Cloud Prefecture. The surroundings were lush, and the mist was hazy, shrouding the mountains and rivers. Splash! Splash! The sound of flowing water could be heard under his feet. Qin Feng looked down and saw a huge swamp. He frowned and spread out his divine sense. Even with his level 15 middle heavenly realm strength, he could not sense anything more than 100 zhang away. But that's not a problem for me. Qin Feng smiled faintly. The primal chaos god force in his body circulated, and an ice-blue water dragon appeared around him. His spiritual will seemed to have fused with the flowing water of the great lake beneath his feet. His divine sense spread out, 10 zhang, 300 zhang, 3,000 zhang. Through the flow of water, countless scenes appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. 3,000 zhang away was a large mountain. This mountain was much larger than the 9-ring mountain that he had spent so much effort to condense. Perhaps it was because there were no natural enemies, but there were countless exotic flowers and herbs on this mountain. Spirit roots could be found everywhere, and each of them was filled with spirituality. There's indeed a good place. If it wasn't for this enormous innate formation, it might have fallen into the hands of some big tribe. Now it all belongs to me. However, since these ordinary spirit veins have nurtured so many spiritual roots, there must be other treasures above the king-grade spirit vein. As his heart warmed, Qin Feng's figure flashed. Endless spiritual energy surged in the void. At this moment, his divine sense couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, or west. All he could hear was the endless sound of flowing water. His figure spun in the void in a strange manner. Sometimes he advanced, sometimes he retreated, sometimes he went left, sometimes he went right. He seemed to be spinning in place, but the surrounding fog seemed to gradually disperse with him as the center. The strange giant mountain in front of him officially appeared in front of him. The first thing that entered his eyes was an ancient tree that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. This ancient tree grew among countless spirit trees, but anyone who saw it couldn't take their eyes off it. There is actually such a tall, blue demon ancient tree here. There were countless ice-blue leaves, and the veins on these ice-blue leaves were clearly visible. Anyone who saw it would be attracted to these veins. As long as one calmed their heart, it wouldn't be difficult to comprehend some tyrannical water-type supernatural powers. What made one drool the most were the round, ice-cold fruits on top of the thick ice-blue leaves. Blue demon fruit. Qin Feng had once seen this fruit in the Sea Demon Queen's Sea Demon Palace. It was a fruit produced by a 10,000-year-old blue demon ancient tree. Even so, ordinary water-type cultivators will be able to greatly increase their strength after eating one. If one was lucky enough, They could even comprehend a bit of the water-type origin within the fruit and condense a postnatal water spirit body. This blue demon ancient tree was more than 100 times thicker than the one in the sea demon palace. Compared to this blue demon ancient tree, that 10,000-year-old blue demon ancient tree was probably just a baby. This was a 100,000-year-old blue demon ancient tree. It was the king of this region. It was definitely a water-type divine spirit root. It should be called a pseudo-water-type divine spirit root. Qin Feng mentally corrected himself. This was because in his eyes, this 100,000-year-old blue demon ancient tree didn't have any water-type providence. The providence gathered on its body was far inferior to any quasi-divine spirit root on the spirit sea continent. Suddenly, Qin Feng's divine sense shifted as he made a new discovery. In his divine eye, this abnormally tall blue demon ancient tree had a special Dao aura, Kane Dao aura, Kane water-type origin energy, and there's more than one. Qin Feng was slightly dazed, and then his eyes widened. Could this ancient tree be a spirit root born from Kane water-type origin energy? Good stuff. Qin Feng's eyes blazed. If that was the case, wouldn't subduing this ancient tree be the same as subduing a type of Kane water-type origin energy? Come! With his heart burning, Qin Feng circulated his chaos origin divine power, and the surging divine power gradually formed a massive black vortex in the void. A powerful suction force was born from the void. The primal chaos divine world was directly opened. It wanted to swallow this massive ancient tree whole. Boom! A soundless thunderclap resounded. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he disappeared from a spot. A massive branch exuding a faint blue divine light swept past where he stood. The vortex formed by the primal chaos divine world was shattered. A massive old face appeared on the blue demon ancient tree, its face filled with killing intent as it looked at Qin Feng, who had suddenly appeared several thousand feet away. Damn human, you deserve to die. Qin Feng looked at the primal chaos world of God that was being sucked away. He secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. It's actually become a spirit, and it possesses strength no less than a fifth order. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded again. The ancient tree's giant face stared at Qin Feng viciously, and an icy blue divine light shot out from one of its branches, locking onto Qin Feng. This is? Qin Feng sensed slightly, and his expression changed greatly. He circulated the water escape art and suddenly disappeared from a spot. The icy blue divine light swept across the spot, and a large number of spirit trees within several thousand feet were swept away. The spirit forest was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its bark lost its luster. A moment later, it turned into ashes. In the great swamp several thousand feet away, Qin Feng's figure emerged. Looking at the ashes of the forest, his expression was gloomy, and he spoke word by word. Life extraction. Chapter 1138. Qin Feng's complexion was extremely ugly. If he had been just a bit slower, his life force would have been sucked dry, and he would have turned into a pile of ash. Even if he turned into a pile of ash, with his 8 desolation indestructible body, it still wouldn't kill him. But that didn't mean he liked the feeling of death. The Blue Devil Ancient Tree King was extremely terrifying. The power it emitted was far stronger than that of an ordinary 15th rank powerhouse. Rumble. Blue light filled the sky as the Blue Devil Ancient Tree's thousands of branches emitted fluctuations of life absorption. Thousands of divine lights intertwined as they rushed towards Qin Feng, covering the sky and covering the earth. Abnormally terrifying. Qin Feng's face was gloomy. An icy blue light flickered in his eyes as a cold divine light constantly emitted from his body. The rich blue brilliance was like flower petals. Finally, it formed a massive light blue lotus that enveloped Qin Feng. Water element, 5th heavenly law, water curtain lotus. This was the only defensive law that Qin Feng had comprehended out of the six water element heavenly laws. After absorbing the profound mysteries of the thousand leaves water god's black lotus, the defensive power of this lotus was abnormally tyrannical. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of light blue divine lights swept across the light blue lotus in the void. Like rain hitting a banana leaf, they emitted loud bangs. However, no matter how the lotus was struck by the life absorption law, it still continued to surge and protect Qin Feng. Qin Feng's complexion was cold. He revolved his chaos origin divine power, transforming the divine power in his body into supreme demon god power. His aura rapidly rose, surpassing the peak of the 15th rank in the blink of an eye. Unparalleled otherworldly demon king. Two demonic Tao heaven-ranked laws appeared around his body. Heavenly law, life samsara. Qin Feng stretched out a hand, and an invisible force shot out from his fingers. A blurry stream of light cut through space and time, penetrating the protective power of the Blue Devil Ancient Tree's spirit domain and suddenly smashing into the giant face of the Blue Devil Ancient Tree. Noiselessly, it engulfed the Blue Devil Ancient Tree's primordial spirit, transforming into 3,000 massive, formless samsara discs. The impact of billions of lives collided head-on. No, the Blue Devil Ancient Tree only had time to let out a miserable shriek before it fell into the 3,000 giant samsara cycles. The memories within the origin spirit were battered to pieces, and it sank into the world of mortals formed by the 5 accumulations and 6 desires. Above the ancient Blue Devil Tree, the spiritual light dimmed, and the surging spiritual domain that was not inferior to the ancient war tree that Qin Feng had seen before silently dissipated. Losing the control of the ancient tree primordial spirit, this Blue Devil Ancient Tree completely lost its ability to resist. Qin Feng sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, a huge vortex formed above the Blue Devil Ancient Tree. The entire ancient Blue Devil Tree was swallowed up inch by inch. Uprooted. In the world of chaotic God, in the water element realm, a vast expanse of blue waves were rippling, connecting heaven and earth. A space crack of nothingness appeared in the void. A huge light blue ancient tree suddenly fell and landed on a spiritual vein at the bottom of the sea. The Blue Devil Ancient Tree instinctively took root. Buzz. The entire water element realm seemed to be shaking. Many powerhouses in the water element realm who were cultivating opened their eyes. What is that? Everyone looked at the huge light blue ancient tree that looked like a world tree, and for a moment they were dumbfounded. It's the Blue Devil Ancient Tree. This ancient tree is actually so big. At the bottom of the sea, in the Sea Demon Palace, the Sea Demon Queen opened her small cherry-like mouth. Her elegant and beautiful face flashed with a trace of disbelief. She felt that the entire water element realm, with that huge ancient tree as the center, was fiercely expanding, and the foundation of the entire world seemed to have greatly increased. At the bottom of the sea, the water spiritual energy had increased by more than 3 times in a short period of time, and there was also a kind of innate Tao rhythm spreading out. It really contains a kind of innate water origin energy. With this innate water origin energy, the water element realm's foundation has greatly increased, and it can even automatically give birth to innate water origin energy. Qin Feng closed his eyes and sensed. With a stroke of his finger, a large river of water surged out. He seemed to have a deeper understanding of the water profound. He vaguely had some ideas about the 7th water profound. Opening his eyes, he slightly landed on the ground. There was a huge pit under his feet, like a bottomless abyss. This was the place where the roots of the Blue Devil Ancient Tree were uprooted. Many white bones emerged from the soil. It looked like piles of bones. There were the bones of demon beasts, and even the bones of giants. Clearly, the number of creatures that died under the roots of the Blue Devil Ancient Tree was not small. If not 1,000, there were at least hundreds. In all fairness, this blue devil ancient tree king was indeed very powerful. If it suddenly launched a sneak attack, an ordinary 15th order powerhouse would not be its opponent. From this, it could be seen that the Cloud Prefecture was not a good place. There was probably more than one spiritual root that had turned into a spirit, the blue devil ancient tree king. In the void, water mist rose in spirals. After experiencing this crisis, Qin Feng was much more cautious. Controlling the water mist to disperse on the mountainside, he carefully investigated through the countless water molecules in the mist. It seemed that there was only one divine-level ancient tree in this mountain. The other ancient trees were either abnormally short or young, less than 10,000 years old. Qin Feng guessed that those older trees might have been killed by the blue devil ancient tree king and had their life force sucked dry. However, there was no lack of high-grade spiritual roots or heaven-level spiritual roots that had never been seen before. Qin Feng took some and planted them in the chaotic world of gods. Even if such spiritual roots were almost useless in the chaotic world of gods, they could be bestowed to the younger generation or as family wealth. Thinking about his family, Qin Feng could not help but miss the pregnant queen of Silvermoon. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, this was the first time he had a child. In his previous life, although he was known as the #1 powerhouse in the Age of Chaos, he was extremely down and out in the early stages. Because he had robbed too much and had too many enemies, he did not have any close female friends. He did not dare to have any, because he was afraid that one day his enemies would come knocking on his door to settle the score. In the later stages, although he had made a fortune by swindling, burning, killing, and robbing, and was known as the #1 powerhouse in the Age of Chaos, he had completely lost the chance to have children. The golden era is coming. I'm afraid that there will be more and more ancient powerhouses appearing outside. With so many people eyeing Xingqian school, I'm afraid that the Silver Moon clan will not have an easy time. It's a pity that I've entered the Divine Tree continent and will not be able to leave in a short period of time. I can only hope that the Silver Moon clan can hold on for a while longer. Qin Feng sighed softly. After flying out of the mountain, Qin Feng's gaze fell on a huge mountain in the distance that looked like a pillar supporting the heavens and earth. That was the center of the cloud region, the place where the King Great Spirit Vein was located. It was also where the Eye of the Cloud Region's array was located. Qin Feng had an intuition that there might be a treasure that was beyond his imagination appearing there. A spiritual mountain formed by an ordinary spiritual vein could nurture a god-level spiritual root, like the Blue Devil Ancient Tree King. It did not make sense that a spiritual mountain formed by a King Great Spirit Vein would not have a treasure. There's more later. Chapter 1139. Above the Cloud River at the border of the spiritual state and the cloud state, there was a boundless river. In front of the river, a group of 5 people appeared in a jade-like valley. These people were different from ordinary people in terms of their attire and temperament. The leader of the group was a handsome middle-aged man in a purple robe. He had a white face, long and narrow eyes, and a beautiful beard. Beside him, an enchanting woman in a blue robe glanced at the boundless river and said to the middle-aged man, "King of Shang, this is the Cloud River. We should be able to enter the cloud state by following this river." The middle-aged man, called King of Shang, narrowed his eyes. This should be the place. According to the records of our ancestors, this cloud state should be the place where the treasure is hidden. The group of 5 were not humans from the Twilight Desert. They were experts from the forest wilderness outside the desert. The forest wilderness was the territory of innate humans. In a vast and boundless divine tree continent, the forest wilderness was a relatively large and fertile territory. It was much better than the Twilight Desert. There were countless spiritual mountains and blessed lands, and the tribes of the Twilight Desert had always yearned for it. Powerful tribes of the Twilight Desert would often rush out to plunder the forest wilderness. The forest wilderness was also full of tribes. However, most of the tribes in the forest wilderness were human tribes, and this place was close to the human heartland. It was the territory of one of the 9 innate human tribes, the Wood Tribe. The middle-aged man was the leader of one of the innate Wood Tribe. He was here for nothing else but an ancestral treasure map. Back then, an ancestor of this tribe had lost a power struggle and accidentally wandered into the Twilight Desert, where he had a fortuitous encounter. He found a sandbar that contained a great treasure. However, the sandbar contained some mysterious and unpredictable natural arrays that could not be broken. It was also very dangerous, so he had to retreat. However, he obtained many good things from the sandbar, and his strength increased greatly. He returned to the tribe and regained his power. That ancestor had planned to return to retrieve the treasure when he reached the Dashang realm. However, he died in an accident in a battle with another tribe. He only left behind a handwritten letter. This letter was passed down from generation to generation, until this generation, when it fell into the hands of the king of Shang. Faced with the threat of hostile tribes and the threat of annexation, the king of Shang had no choice but to covet the treasure described in the letter. Venturing into the Twilight Desert in search of the Cloud Region, King Shang, even though we found the Cloud Region is no ordinary place. Rumor has it that even a level 15 powerful being would not be able to make it out alive once they enter. Even our ancestor, a lesser celestial pinnacle being, had a 90% chance of making it out alive. If we were to enter, on the side, an old man dressed as an elder hesitated. At the side, the other 3 elders looked at each other and hesitated. Before they came, they had inquired about the Cloud Region's infamy. This was one of the most dangerous places in the Twilight Desert. Even level 15 powerhouses would not be able to return alive if they entered. Elders, do you think our great Shan tribe has a choice? The Shan King's face was impassive as he asked. The 4 15th Order powerhouses were indifferent. Just as the King of Shang had said, the great Shang tribe no longer had a choice. If they did not want to be devoured by the Wood Witch tribe, they could only take the risk. The beautiful woman in blue beside him was slightly dejected. Although the Wood Witch tribe was a newly established tribe, they were aggressive and had already swept over most of the surrounding tribes. The many tribes did not have the strength to resist at all. The Great Shan tribe had no choice. I wonder what kind of existence the leader of the Wood Witch tribe is. How could he have swept over so many tribes? On the side, an old woman dressed in flowery clothes had a gloomy expression. We only know that he is proficient in the primordial witch Tao. Rumor has it that he has cultivated the body of the primordial witch ancestor. He is so powerful that his strength is not inferior to that of a true king. I wonder where this powerhouse came from. Even if the surrounding tribes were to join forces, they would still be forced to retreat. Another elder's face was filled with fear. He was filled with fear towards the Wood Witch tribe. The Wood Witch tribe is extremely cruel. Any tribe that is defeated by them has no choice but to die. If that was not the case, why would we take the risk with our soldiers? The faces of the level 15 powerhouses were filled with anger and hatred. Beside the King of Shang, the beautiful woman in blue said indifferently, I have heard that the leader of the Wood Witch tribe is most likely an invader from outside the region. The King of Shang waved his hand. Everyone, there is no need to say more. Regardless of the origin of the Wood Witch tribe, we must enter the Cloud region. The King of Shang's narrow eyes swept across the 4 level 15 powerhouses. Everyone, there is no need to be too worried. The powerhouses of the Great Shang dynasty have been preparing for this trip to the Cloud region for generations. Although it is strange and there may be a natural formation, we are not unprepared. Everyone's expression changed. They could not help but look at the King of Shang. The King of Shang glanced at everyone and smiled slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, a jade-green pearl the size of a goose egg appeared in his palm. The jade-green pearl shone with a jade-green brilliance in the void. Is this the legendary primordial forbidden breaking pearl? The 4 level 15 powerhouses' faces lit up. The old woman in flowery clothes laughed. I did not expect the king to have obtained such a legendary primordial treasure. With this treasure and the king's strength of a middle-level 15 heavenly master, there is nothing that can stop us. The king's spiritual mountain was also a legendary spiritual mountain in the Spirit Sea continent. It was an unparalleled treasure land that every cultivator dreamed of. During the Golden Age, before the Primordial Age, Qin Feng had only heard of king's spiritual mountains in the upper ranks of the 72 mysterious sects. However, after the Golden Age, the Spirit Sea continent gradually returned to its ancient appearance. There were many king spiritual mountains, and they were relatively common. There were even saint spiritual mountains that were above the king spiritual mountains. Most of the 72 mysterious sects spiritual mountains had reached the legendary saint spiritual mountains. Qin Feng had owned many dojos, but none of them had a king spiritual mountain. In fact, during the Age of Chaos, spiritual mountains were rare. Only a few first-rate sects maintained their spiritual mountains and relied on grotto heavens to preserve their heritage. King spiritual mountains were a legend. Moreover, king spiritual mountains seemed to be able to produce treasures. Some of them even nurture connate cardinal treasures or origin cardinal treasures. At the mention of connate cardinal treasures and origin cardinal treasures, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The entire cloud region was unusually large. In terms of size, it was comparable to 4 or 5 Wu provinces. Even Qin Feng took half a month to get close to the giant mountain in the center of cloud region. Looking at the clouds above his head, Qin Feng saw an ancient stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. On the stone tablet, there were 2 words written in primordial language: Cloud Ridge. More later. Chapter 1140. Cloud Ridge. Qin Feng fell in a deep thought. He didn't know who had entered this place and left behind such a stone tablet. Looking at the divine mountain that was like a towering mountain, he sighed in admiration. The spirit chi in this place was extremely dense. It had turned into liquid dewdrops. Stars dotted the mountain stream, and the spirit trees and flowers were everywhere. Qin Feng glanced over as a trace of sigh could be seen in his eyes. This place was practically a paradise for spirit herbs and spirit trees. There were extremely precious and exotic flowers and herbs everywhere. The more this place was like this, the more he wanted to refine this cloud ridge. Such a precious place could only fall into the hands of the 9 Nether tribe. His figure flashed and disappeared into the clouds like a stream of light. The disruptive power of the natural array couldn't affect him at all. Like a divine dragon, Qin Feng leaped into the clouds and mist on the mountainside. He operated the 6 directions scripture technique, and his chaos origin divine power transformed into a 6 directions God-Fiend compass with 6 colors intertwined. The God-Fiend compass was a half-mystical ability and half-treasure that appeared after the 6 directions scripture to Shang. This mystical ability had 3 transformations: the God-Fiend compass, the God-Fiend flying dagger, the God-Fiend copper coin. The first was to trace heaven and earth and understand the roots of all things. This was an unparalleled mystical ability that could analyze the laws of nature. The second was extremely powerful. The God-Fiend flying dagger was said to be able to pierce through everything. The third was to hide one's fate and see through all mysteries. It was a defensive treasure that could block sneak attacks. Qin Feng had snatched this mystical ability from Patriarch's 6 directions in the primordial dragon sect. This mystical ability was already perfected when his spatial laws of nature condensed into a divine core. It was extremely easy for him to use it now. Countless spiritual energies surged out from the clouds and mist, merging into the black and white flashing 6 directions divine devil compass. The geomancy and geomancy of the cloud ridge, as well as the direction of the spirit veins, flooded into Qin Feng's mind like a tide. Roar! The roar of an ancient dragon that seemed to come from the distant past appeared in the compass. An icy blue, formless divine dragon appeared along with the rotation of the 6 directions God-Fiend compass. A huge beam of icy blue divine light flew out from the compass. Boom! It was as if it had pierced straight into the sky, breaking through the clouds. It was clearly visible for thousands of li. On a hillside, 5 figures subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the distant horizon. The sky-piercing blue light shot straight into the firmament. Within the huge blue light, an ice-blue divine dragon soared into the sky. What is this? The 5 figures were shocked. Why is there such a phenomenon here? Could it be that someone else has entered the cloud state? 4 of them looked at the Shang King. A jade-green orb in the King of Shang's hand glowed with a jade-green brilliance. It illuminated the void for thousands of feet and dispersed the dense fog formed by the countless natural formations. It looked exceptionally mystical. The King of Shang's expression was solemn as he stared at the changes in the center of the cloud ridge. Let's speed up. 5 figures flashed and sped toward Yunling like 5 streams of light. Qin Feng frowned as he looked at the icy blue divine dragon in the pillar of light. The location of the spirit vein had been measured. However, the location of the spirit orb was still unclear. It was like looking at flowers in the fog. The location of the spirit orb was the most crucial part of the spirit vein. As long as he refined the spirit orb, he would be in control of the entire cloud ridge. Once he controlled the entire cloud ridge, it would be a piece of cake for him to open up the cloud state's underworld. However, Qin Feng already had a rough idea of where the spirit vein was. The dragon's abdomen, where the 7 stars were located, or the dragon's head. There were only 3 places in total. At most, he would search them one by one. He would eventually find the place where the king grade spirit orb was nurtured. Qin Feng looked around. His first target was the dragon's abdomen. Combining the topography of the cloud ridge and the direction of the spirit vein, Qin Feng looked around. Soon, his gaze landed on a col halfway up the cloud ridge. The spirit vein's essence was so dense that it was almost tangible. With a flash of black light, Qin Feng appeared on top of this mountain valley. The topography here was like a coiling dragon. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. However, according to Qin Feng's calculations, this could be the heart of the king grade spirit vein. However, combined with the natural formation of the cloud state, a layer of innate formation power had sealed all the strange phenomena here. A thick layer of milky white surrounded it. Moreover, it had some hallucinatory effects. Even a grandmaster who was proficient in formations would be confused and led astray by the fog. Qin Feng's expression did not change. His pair of divine eyes locked onto the kernel. His 10 fingers intertwined, and the activation of myriad treasures formation incantation was used. It turned into countless mysterious hand seals and merged into the fog above the kernel. One after another, light blue handprints melted into the mist, and the layers of mist melted away without a sound. After a long while, the real scene in the call was revealed. An extremely calm, tricolored pool appeared in front of Qin Feng. The tricolored light of the sun, moon, and stars was clear. It seemed like the sun, moon, and countless stars had formed at the bottom of the pool. Sizzle. Dense starlight shot up into the sky. The light of the day and the stars in the sky reflected off each other and absorbed countless starlight. Triple brilliance, holy water. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He was a little surprised. He recognized the origin of this treasure. Triple brilliance holy water was a type of acquired primordial water evolved from the connate star primordial water. It was formed by gathering the fortune of the sun, moon, and stars. It was extremely powerful. This type of water-type treasure was even rarer than the normal connate primordial water. It was said that even if one's soul was shattered, one could repair it with a drop of triple brilliance holy water. Its power of creation was even more powerful than the water of life. Good stuff. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. This item could be said to be a life-saving treasure. But I can't waste it. Qin Feng moved his hand and summoned a supreme-grade jade from the chaotic world of gods. He refined it slightly with a ball of milky white divine fire and turned it into a white and slender jade bottle. Go! He remotely controlled the jade bottle, and a suction force was generated from it. Streams of triple brilliance holy water were sucked up from the pool. Qin Feng looked around and saw that there was a lot of triple brilliance holy water. It had been nurtured here for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. It was at least the size of a pool. Sizzle. A strange sound was heard. A shapeless starlight shot out from the pool and rushed toward Qin Feng. A gust of wind blew. Its speed was extremely fast. Qin Feng's divine will was shocked. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face and a space law rushed out. Space law freeze. The shapeless starlight suddenly froze in the void and could not move. Sizzle. A series of angry sounds came from the starlight. The tricolored starlight burst out and shook the void. It was a small snake that was not even the size of a chopstick. Its body was white, and its tricolored snake eyes looked very cute. Its aura was only around that of an 8th-level sage. However, there was a surge of Khanate energy in its body. Khanate Holy Spirit. It seems to be a spiritual snake born from the Khanate star primordial water. Third update. Chapter 1141. Qin Feng's expression changed as he stared at the little snake in a daze. Innate divine spirit. This was only a legend. Born from the innate heavens, they inherited the innate luck of heaven and earth. Legend had it that the first dragon ancestor and the first Blackwater mystical snake were both innate divine spirits. The reason why Qin Feng could reach rank 15 in just a few years was because he went back and forth between the innate heavens and became an innate divine spirit. The first dragon ancestor. If not for this identity, even if he had plundered many treasures, he would not have reached his current level of cultivation. But innate divine spirits were almost completely extinct since the primordial age. Innate divine spirits could no longer be born in the primordial age. According to Qin Feng's understanding, the divine tree continent's laws were incomplete and incomplete. It was impossible for such an innate divine spirit to be born. But the little snake in front of him had the aura of an innate divine spirit. Qin Feng did not know that because he had opened up the underworld and completed the laws, the divine tree continent's laws of heaven and earth were being perfected rapidly. It would not be long before a deity position could be born. Qin Feng guessed that the little snake in front of him was the innate divine spirit born from the triple light sacred water. He had touched the little snake's nest, so of course, the little snake would not let him. CSI. The space shook. The little snake was enraged. It struggled with all its might, wanted to fight Qin Feng to the death. But it was just born not long ago. It was no match for Qin Feng. It could only remember to squeak. Suppressing the smile in his eyes, Qin Feng shook his head. Little thing, you don't know what's good for you. It's a great opportunity for you to meet me. The chaos origin divine force changed, turning into a trace of the ancestral dragon's power. Roar! A black dragon shadow appeared behind Qin Feng's back. The huge dragon shadow connected the sky and the earth, as if it went straight into the clouds. The vast and ancient primordial dragons might cover the sky and cover the earth. CSI. The little silver snake felt the ancient majesty that originated from the source of its bloodline and instantly stopped moving. Its tricolored snake eyes stared at Qin Feng in surprise, and in an instant, its gaze turned into awe and admiration. It was born after inheriting the legacy of the innate true water, and its true form was the innate star dragon. However, even the Khanate star dragons had to bow their heads before the first Khanate water dragon ancestor. Come here. Seeing the little snake's expression, Qin Feng smiled faintly and withdrew the power of space law. An invisible starlight flashed, and the little snake instantly landed on the back of Qin Feng's hand. It rubbed against the back of Qin Feng's hand happily. For a Khanate saint spirit like Little Snake, the infant stage was very dangerous. Connate saint spirits were great nourishment for any beast or beast. Even if he couldn't become an innate saint spirit, he could still become an acquired saint spirit. There were even demon race experts who could take over the body of the innate saint spirit, or even refine the soul to become their second incarnation. For example, the connate black dragon that Qin Feng encountered in the black pool of Peach Blossom Village in the savage battlefield had its soul refined before it was born and became its second incarnation. Following Qin Feng, the water dragon ancestor, was no doubt avoiding too many dangers. Moreover, being able to be nurtured by the ancestral dragon Qi was immeasurably beneficial to the growth of one's bloodline. What an unexpected gain! Qin Feng's black eyes flashed with a smile as he glanced at the little snake. He wanted to promote the water dragon ancestor's law, and naturally, he needed an outstanding dragon bloodline to inherit and promote. This little snake was a connate saint spirit, and this couldn't be better. With a little training, it would definitely be a great help. CSI. The silver light flashed, and the little silver snake suddenly disappeared from the back of Qin Feng's hand. Under Qin Feng's strange gaze, it suddenly disappeared into the pool. Seeing this, Qin Feng was slightly surprised. Shwa! In the next moment, starlight rushed out. The little silver snake appeared in front of Qin Feng with a shining starlight bead in its mouth. The little snake's tricolored snake eyes looked at Qin Feng fawningly. This bead, Qin Feng waved his hand, and the starlight bead in the little snake's mouth floated into Qin Feng's hand. A rich connate star qi flowed out from Qin Feng's hand, and a surge of connate Taoist rhyme flowed out from his palm. Connate treasure? Slightly stunned, Zhongyu infused his chaos origin divine force into the bead, and a star elemental connate, innate indestructible divine light, appeared in his divine sense. Within it, Qin Feng sensed 3 extremely rich connate starlight. They were the connate Tai Yin starlight, connate Tai Yang starlight, and connate origin spirit starlight. This was a star elemental connate cardinal treasure nurtured by Yun Ling, and it was also the little snake's companion treasure. You want to give it to me? Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the little snake. CSI. The little snake nodded repeatedly. It had a fawning expression. Rubbing the connate star bead, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. Indeed, this connate star bead had great benefits. With this bead, cultivating the star elemental laws would be twice the result with half the effort. Most importantly, it would enhance the chaotic world of gods. This connate star bead contained 3 types of starlight. If merged with the chaotic world of gods, the chaotic world of gods would improve greatly. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at the little silver snake that was eagerly looking at him. He could not help but laugh involuntarily as he said indifferently, "Fine, little thing. I'll keep your treasure for now, but I won't take advantage of you. I'll impart to you the dragon race's supreme art, the chaotic holy dragon portrait. I'll also give you a wisp of ancestral dragon chi to help you transform into a dragon in advance." With a casual grab, a stream of light appeared, and wisps of purple gas appeared. This was a ball of ancestral dragon chi. Within it, Qin Feng had imprinted the first 7 levels of the chaotic holy dragon portrait. The little silver snake's eyes lit up. It could clearly feel the tremors in its bloodline. It knew that this ball of ancestral dragon purple chi had extraordinary meaning to it. Qin Feng smiled and waved his sleeves. The purple gas in front of him entered the little silver snake's body. The little silver snake was like a ball of dazzling starlight. That ball of silver-white starlight rapidly turned into a huge dragon egg. Above the dragon egg, there were noble purple gas flickering in the silver-white starlight from time to time. Seeing this, Qin Feng waved his sleeves and sent out a stream of divine light that swept the little silver snake into the chaotic world of gods. When the little silver snake absorbed the ancestral dragon chi, it would definitely transform into a dragon successfully. Perhaps it would give Qin Feng a surprise when it was born. Such an incarnate saint spirit would almost be a natural deity once it matured. With a little cultivation, it would be able to become a demon god. He raised his hand and looked at the connate star bead in his hand. He kept it in the chaotic world of gods. The connate star bead fell and silently merged into the chaotic world of gods. Countless changes were born in the chaotic world of gods. First, it was the 7 great elemental realms. The periphery of the 7 great elemental realms was suddenly covered with a layer of hazy starlight. It was like the primordial stars were gradually distancing themselves from the chaotic world of gods and rising into the sky. They were getting further and further away. However, the entire chaotic world of gods was completely lit up. It was as if 7 suns of different colors had appeared. There were also countless stars, and specks of starlight fell. It was extremely beautiful. Chapter 1142. After refining and fusing with the innate star pearl's innate indestructible divine light, the primal chaos world of God analyzed it in the shortest time possible. Then, it turned into a trace of the star law and entered Qin Feng's soul. As part of the star law entered his body, Qin Feng's water origin law formed a small sun-like divine sun, and a part of the innate star primordial water's mysteries started to fluctuate rapidly. It gradually split from the divine sun formed by the water origin law, and like a small sun, it started to revolve around the divine sun. The 7th water origin law, indestructible star. The pores all over Qin Feng's body changed into countless stars, and the starlight in the sky fell on his body like a waterfall. He could absorb the heavenly fortune contained in the stars. His body was immortal and indestructible. Qin Feng could sense that the water-vein Empyrean lawborn, this time, was close to creation. He had a special ability. Not only could he plunder the fortune of the stars, but he could also plunder the vitality of all things in the void, mountains, rivers, and earth to replenish himself, giving him a power that was close to immortality. But in Qin Feng's eyes, this water origin law was very weak. It somewhat overlapped with the 8 desolation indestructible body's ability. But with the 2 abilities combined, he seemed to have become even harder to kill. Rich starlight shone on the mountain peak, and at this moment, Qin Feng seemed to be able to feel the faint primeval main star. After entering the divine tree continent, the connection with the primeval main star had become extremely thin, but this time, he was able to contact the primeval main star again. Qin Feng had a faint feeling that he was about to break through the 3rd realm of the 3-star life realms, the star monarch realm. The next realm, the 3-star god realms. Rank 15 star god. Qin Feng's expression was a little strange. One had to know that he majored in the space origin law, but it was fine if his water origin law reached rank 15 first. But now his star law, which he had never spent much time cultivating, was also about to reach rank 15. In fact, this was probably due to his extraterrestrial demon king body. Extraterrestrial demon kings were existences on the same level as rank 15 kings and rank 15 true gods. With such a high vantage point, coupled with the analysis of the laws of heaven and earth in the primal chaos world of God, this sort of comprehension speed was very normal. Shaking his head slightly, Qin Feng shifted his gaze to the 7-star land of the Cloud Ridge Spirit Vein. The land of 7 stars was, in fact, an area with a king-grade spirit vein. Most of the areas were close to the mountainside. Based on his speculations, the distance wasn't too far. It was on top of a mountain where clouds and mist curled up in spirals. Even a 5th-order powerhouse would not be able to see the mysteries within. He was afraid that they would think that it was just an ordinary mountain and ignore it. Qin Feng's figure appeared amidst the clouds. He looked around and realized that the pressure here was much stronger. It was as though the closer one got to the peak of the mountain, the greater the pressure. The pressure here was enough to make a level, 15 existence like him feel pressured. He could ignore the pressure in the belly of the mountain. Then in this place, it could already affect his speed. If an ordinary level 13 powerhouse came here, it would be extremely difficult for them to even take a single step. Only powerhouses of the 14th level could move freely here. However, he could not ride the clouds, nor could he ride the wind. The majesty of a king was faintly discernible. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the mountain, as well as the area surrounded by the white clouds, where a corner of green was faintly discernible. Chi! Chi! The million treasures formation spell flew out from his intertwined fingers and landed on the white clouds one by one. However, it seemed to have become obscure. The dense clouds seemed to have a strange majesty. Although the hand seals could shake the clouds, it was extremely difficult to do so. After an hour, the clouds that shrouded the clouds had only loosened a little. Seeing this situation, Qin Feng thought to himself, "Looks like I need to get serious." Triggering the chaotic world of God in his body, a wisp of the power of the laws of heaven and earth entered his body. The hand seals intertwined between his palms gradually turned pale gold. The pale blue hand seals slowly turned golden, and the shape was also changing, turning into an immemorial divine pattern that seemed to have obtained the mysteries of heaven and earth. It was a word open, like a golden light shooting through a bowl. It could be seen with the naked eye that the thick clouds were shot through by the golden light, revealing everything under the dense white. Unexpectedly, there was no life in this place, and no grass grew. At a glance, there was only stone everywhere. In the middle was a pitch-black stone cave filled with extreme coldness. There was no forest of spiritual trees that was full of vitality. Obviously, that was an illusion created by the illusion realm. There seemed to be something in the surroundings that had sucked away the spiritual energy in this area. Qin Feng frowned. His pair of divine eyes could see through everything. There seemed to be something ferocious in this pitch-black stone cave that was rapidly sucking away the spiritual energy in the surroundings, even the spiritual energy in the king-grade spiritual vein. Screech! Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, and a loud eagle cry rang out. A strong wind blew. A huge golden eagle that was not weaker than a level 13 appeared on the mountainside and pounced toward Qin Feng. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it was extremely fast. It was a top-notch demonic beast. The golden eagle had a part of the bloodline of the golden eagle, which was an acquired true spirit, and was extremely powerful. With such speed, even a level 14 expert might not be able to react in time. However, in Qin Feng's eyes, it was extremely slow. It was as slow as a tortoise in his divine will. That golden eagle had probably sensed the high-level dragon aura on Qin Feng's body and was abnormally excited and greedy. Scram! Qin Feng laughed coldly and raised a hand. With a casual flick, a streak of light shot toward the golden eagle. Screech! The golden eagle cried out as the streak of light broke one of its golden wings. It instantly lost its balance and fell toward the ground. In that instant, a huge black suction force exploded in the pitch-black stone cave. Almost without any resistance, the golden eagle fell into the pitch-black stone cave and died in the blink of an eye. This is feeling the sudden burst of power in the pitch-black stone cave. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Even he felt a trace of great threat from that sudden burst of energy. It was as if even the heavens and earth were being swallowed up in an instant. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng's expression changed, and he turned into a gust of wind and landed at the entrance of the pitch-black cave. At this moment, another huge black light exploded from the pitch-black stone cave, and a terrifying suction force exploded. Qin Feng's expression changed. He felt as if he had fallen into the mouth of a Kuan Peng. An irresistible suction force sucked his body in. However, he did not panic. Blue light bloomed around his body, and an icy blue lotus protected him. He felt that if he used the power of the supreme heavenly demon, he could barely break free from this suction force. However, the curiosity in his heart made him allow this suction force to drag him down. After an unknown period of time, he was dragged in the dark stone cave. Gradually, Qin Feng felt an extremely terrifying killing intent appear in his divine will. At the same time, he saw the culprit that had sucked him here. It was a strange gourd vine. What had sucked him here was one of the strange black gourds on the gourd vine. In his surprise, he had already reached the mouth of the black gourd and was about to swallow it. Chapter 1143. Although Qin Feng was bold, he did not dare to stuff himself into the mouth of this terrifying black fog gourd. This thing grew on a king-grade spirit vein. One look, and one could tell that it was an incredible treasure. What if he couldn't get out after being sucked in? In an instant, he activated the power of the extraterrestrial demon king. His divine body changed and turned into the power of the transcendent demon king, a power that far exceeded a level 15 mid-heaven realm expert suddenly erupted. Bang! Like a stream of light, he broke free from the suction of the black gourd and appeared in the underground stone room. At this moment, Qin Feng had the chance to look around carefully. This was an underground stone room that looked like it was formed naturally. The surroundings were connected in all directions. It seemed that some ferocious beast had drilled out countless stone caves that were connected to each other. The spiritual qi here was so dense that it was like liquid. In the center of the stone room, there were two springs that were gurgling with water. One of them was clear and transparent. Faint rainbow-colored rays of light shot out from the water's surface, thousands of auspicious qi. With just a glance, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It was a divine spring. There was even a Xiantian Dao aura seeping out from it. There seemed to be more than one type of Xiantian qi. It was very extraordinary. Besides, it was a strange spirit vine. It was faintly golden and was very dazzling. This spirit root was rooted in the earth vein, and the spirit vine climbed on the stone pillars. Qin Feng had never seen such a strange gourd vine. It was actually a kind of king's faint golden color. Even the leaves were golden, but he was sure that it was of a very high grade. It was at least stronger than the hundreds of thousands of years old blue devil ancient tree. On the stone pillar, there was an incomparably black gourd hanging from the faint golden leaves. There were also two gourd buds of different colors. One was white, and the other was faint golden. They were full of vitality and were very eye-catching. However, compared to the incomparably black gourd, these two buds looked like they were malnourished. They had just grown a small gourd body. Only the big gourd, although still half-cooked, looked very strong. On the other side of the gourd, Qin Feng saw another divine spring. It was incomparably dark. Even the 9 serenities held didn't have the darkness of this divine spring. It was bubbling, giving people an extremely evil and gloomy feeling. If the holy spring on the other side gave off a feeling of holiness and vitality, then the holy spring on the other side gave off a feeling of holiness and vitality. However, the divine spring on this side gave off a terrifying feeling of evil and deathly stillness. Qin Feng also felt a surge of Xiantian qi from the pitch-black divine spring. However, it seemed to be gathering innate baleful qi, innate yin qi, and even the source of all evil in the world. It was extremely terrifying and intimidating. Qin Feng's gaze landed on the pale, golden spiritual root. Clearly, this spiritual root was affected by the 2 holy springs and had undergone a terrifying mutation. Especially that pitch-black gourd, it was definitely affected by the divine spring of extreme evilness. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. However, it was undeniable that the 3 gourds on the gourd vine were definitely extremely terrifying treasures. At the very least, it was an innate cardinal treasure. It even had the potential to grow into an origin cardinal treasure. I found a treasure. These are the only words that echoed in Qin Feng's mind. He had actually encountered such a precious treasure. Hiss, hiss. At this moment, Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. The pitch-black gourd vine on the golden gourd vine began to emit a powerful suction force again. Qin Feng knew that this wasn't because the gourd had intelligence, but because it was acting on instinct. The 2 holy springs didn't seem to be able to provide enough nourishment for the golden gourd vine. Hence, The black gourd turned its attention to the surrounding living beings and even the spiritual veins. It instinctively absorbed all the yuan qi in the surroundings that could help the gourd grow. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. The power of the extraterritorial demon king erupted and tore the void apart. In a flash, he disappeared into the spatial rift. In the next moment, he appeared outside the mountain range, amidst the clouds. Only a demigod array grandmaster like Qin Feng had the ability to tear the void apart so recklessly in such a Xiantian array formation. If it was an ordinary person, even a rank 15 true god, they might be disturbed by the array formation and fall into an unknown dimension. He changed his body slightly and retracted the power of the extraterritorial demon king. Qin Feng looked at the black cave that was once again covered by the clouds. At this moment, the gourd vine had yet to mature. Out of the 3 gourds, 2 had just been born from the flower buds. The remaining pitch-black gourd was also half-ripe. If he plucked it now, it would definitely be insufficient. It would be a complete waste of the 3 Xiantian gourds that were still growing. Rather than that, he might as well leave it for now and make plans after refining the spiritual veins in Cloud Region. Furthermore, if he opened up the Netherworld soil in Cloud Region, he could use the power of the Netherworld soil to irrigate the gourds and speed up the maturation of the 3 Xiantian gourds. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting firewood. Qin Feng's eyes flashed. He couldn't find the spiritual pearl in the dragon's belly of the king grade spiritual vein. The spiritual pearl was obviously in the last place. The dragon's head. Near the top of the mountain, Qin Feng found the location of the dragon's head. The dense spiritual qi here was so dense that it seemed to have transformed into a dense rosy glow. Streaks of auspicious qi soared into the sky. This place was extremely special and looked extremely spacious. However, it was extremely majestic. Even with Qin Feng's cultivation, he was unable to soar into the sky or ride the wind. He could only walk up this mountain range. From afar, Qin Feng saw a strange jujube tree. It was a jujube tree that was as red as fire. The ancient tree wasn't very tall. Compared to the blue demon tree king, it could only be considered small. However, it was extremely eye-catching, and its leaves were as red as fire. Hundreds of small suns hung on the tree. Those were golden jujubes that were as light as the sun. Golden-patterned fire jujube tree. This was a fire-type, divine-grade spiritual root. Qin Feng found it hard to imagine that a fire-type, divine-grade spiritual root would grow out from such a water-type, king-grade spiritual vein. Fire and water give birth to yin and yang. The creation of yin and yang in heaven and earth is more mysterious than this. Looking at this towering fire tree, Qin Feng's face could not help but reveal a trace of a smile. It's about to evolve into an ancient sun tree. He could sense the innate Tao rhythm of this fire jujube tree. Clearly, this fire jujube tree had also obtained a portion of the innate fire yuan qi, which was why it could grow to such a scale. However, whether it was the water attribute blue demon tree king or the fire attribute golden pattern fire jujube tree, neither of them could be considered true divine grade spiritual roots. Without the corresponding water and fire luck, they could only be considered a pseudo-divine grade spiritual root. However, Qin Feng didn't mind. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have the corresponding luck, he wouldn't have been able to keep them in his divine country. A divine grade spiritual root that had the corresponding luck was blessed by the heavens and couldn't be touched easily. Qin Feng noticed that this fire jujube tree didn't seem to have any characteristics of becoming a spirit. It was as if the majestic aura here had limited the possibility of it becoming a spirit. After sizing up the fire jujube tree for a moment, Qin Feng's gaze fell on the depths of the earth. The dragon head, the core of the king-grade spiritual vein, should be here. Second update. Chapter 1144. Halfway up Yinling Mountain, 5 figures were climbing up the mountain with great difficulty. There are so many spiritual herbs and spiritual roots here. That's right. Even a forest baron doesn't have so many 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs and spiritual roots. This trip is worth it. The voices of the figures were filled with joy and laughter. This spiritual mountain is most likely the legendary King Grade Spiritual Mountain. There must be great treasures in this kind of spiritual mountain. These spiritual herbs and spiritual roots are nothing. The best part is yet to come. The beautiful lady in blue glanced at the three elders behind her. She could not hide the smile in her eyes. The rewards from this trip were beyond imagination. The Shan King's expression did not change as he spoke. According to the records of our ancestors, they accidentally found a connate gourd spiritual root and 2 holy springs in a cave. At that time, the connate spiritual root had already grown a black gourd. If I'm not wrong, it should have matured by now. That's the goal of our trip. Connate spiritual root? The 4 of them were stunned by the news that the King of Shang had just thrown out. They stared blankly at the Shang King. The connate spiritual root could give birth to a connate spiritual treasure. It was a treasure that countless experts dreamed of. There was such a treasure on this mountain. The 4 elders held their breaths as they stared at the Shang King in disbelief. Your Majesty, could the records of our ancestors be wrong? One of the elders could not help but ask in a trembling voice. The light in his eyes was like thunder, showing that he was not calm at all. The other 3 elders also stared at the Shang King in disbelief. Of course, there's no mistake. At this time, the records in the ancestors' handwritten letter are very detailed. He accidentally found a stone cave on a mountainside and found another world inside. He found 2 holy springs and a growing golden gourd spiritual root. A black gourd had already formed on one of the buds. However, the ancestors saw that it had just grown and could not bear to destroy the vitality of this spiritual root. He just remembered the location of this place, took a part of the holy spring, and left. Even though it was only a portion of the holy spring, it was enough to improve our ancestors' bloodline and cultivation. That was why we returned to our tribe and reclaimed the great Shang tribe. As the Shang King spoke, he looked around and compared the records and the records. After a while, he locked onto a certain spot halfway up the mountain. He took the lead and approached the place where the records were written. The remaining 4 people looked agitated. Innate spiritual roots were one thing, but a spiritual root that could produce innate cardinal treasures was priceless. How could this not make people yearn for it? The group of people quickly approached the recorded location. At the dragon's head, Qin Feng circulated the laws of the earth and approached the spirit pearl of the underground king-grade spirit vein. It was just that his progress was unimaginably slow. The earth was harder than diamond. Even Qin Feng, the future earthly emperor of the netherworld, found it extremely obscure when he entered it. That wasn't the most important thing. Most importantly, at the location of the spirit pearl, there was a vigorous pressure not inferior to the majesty of a king surging out from the ground. Under this pressure, all divine abilities and the power of laws seemed to be suppressed, unable to display their might at all. After half a day, Qin Feng still felt that there was still some distance between them and the spirit pearl underground. A huge pressure surged from all directions, as if it wanted to expel him. That was the instinctive pressure of a royal grade spirit vein. It was almost like it was protecting the spirit domain. It was similar to the ancient war tree and the ancient blue devil tree. It was not weak compared to the divine domains of some gods. It had an extremely strong spirituality. In the ancient legends, there were also cases of spirit veins turning into dragons. Those were natural spirit dragons. This speed is too slow. Qin Feng frowned and immediately activated the power of the extraterrestrial demon in his body. A strange power that far exceeded that of a level 15 middle heavenly expert was emitted from his body. In an instant, Qin Feng felt that the huge and almost unstoppable pressure around him weakened, and he was abnormally relaxed. His figure flashed, and he directly tore apart the natural spirit domain of the royal grade spirit vein. Buzz! Qin Feng's divine consciousness seemed to hear the sorrowful cry of the royal grade spirit vein. His figure flashed, and he seemed to see a huge and icy blue sun underground. Dense spiritual pressure surged like an undercurrent, rushing towards Qin Feng from all directions around the sun. Every force was not weaker than a level 15 expert's attack. It looked like an endless tide was crashing towards him. A faint black light was emitted from Qin Feng's body. Invisible spiritual light bombarded over, like a tide crashing on a reef, causing thousands of changes. However, it could not hurt Qin Feng. This is the spirit pearl. Qin Feng had only seen descriptions of spirit pearls in ancient records, but it was the first time he saw one formed by a royal-grade spirit vein. That icy blue pearl was like the dragon pearl of a true dragon. It was full of spirituality, and there was a kind of pressure that was not weaker than that of a king, making it difficult to look directly at it. If it was an ordinary level 15 expert, with just a glance, his soul would be severely injured by the spirituality within. Qin Feng was now a supreme extraterrestrial demon, and it was completely comparable to the power of a king. Although this enormous spiritual energy shocked him and was even enough to affect him, it couldn't stop his footsteps. He wanted to control Yunling and the entire Yinzhou. There was only one simple step to do, and that was to refine this spirit pearl. In the end, I still haven't refined the spirit pearl into a dragon pearl. The difference is too great. Qin Feng's eyes moved, and a trace of his soul brand was separated from his soul. It flew towards the spirit pearl like an invisible stream of light. Buzz! The spirit pearl in the center of the spirit vein instinctively felt the invisible light contained a threat to it. Chi! Chi! A strong spiritual flame was emitted from the spirit pearl. The icy blue spiritual flame seemed to be able to purify everything, and it rushed towards Qin Feng's soul brand. Innate spiritual flame, an innate flame formed from the purifying power of the spirit vein itself. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not dare to let his soul brand come into contact with this terrifying, innate spiritual flame. However, this did not mean that he had no other way. A drop of extremely dark black divine light was emitted from his body, just as Qin Feng was refining the spirit pearl. On a deserted path in the mountains, 5 figures appeared. The leader of the group, the Shang King, was holding a jade-green pearl in his hand. The pearl emitted an extremely bright jade-green light. As the light flowed, the thick white fog within a radius of 1,000 feet was dispelled like ice. This jade-green, immemorial restriction-breaking pearl seemed to be different from ordinary restriction-breaking pearls. It was extremely powerful, and even the power of a natural formation could be easily penetrated. Moreover, if Qin Feng was here, he would find that this pearl was even brighter than the immemorial restriction-breaking pearl he had obtained. It was jade-green like the moon. In the eyes of the 5 people of the great Shang tribe, on a barren mountain not far away, a dark stone cave appeared under the cover of the clouds. 3rd update. Chapter 1145. It's here. The Shang King's face flashed with uncontrollable joy when he saw the pitch-black cave in the middle of the barren mountain. It's written in the ancestor's letter. It's a pitch-black cave in the middle of a barren mountain. He accidentally entered the cave and found an extremely precious connate spiritual root. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? A level 15 powerhouse's eyes lit up as he walked to the entrance of the cave in a few steps. His actions caused the remaining 4 people's expressions to change. The Shang King's face darkened even more. Chi! Chi! Just then, the 5 of them turned pale as they looked into the depths of the cave. A sound like a tsunami came from within the pitch-black cave. The expression of the 15th Order powerhouse who was approaching the cave changed, and his face turned as white as a sheet of paper in an instant. A great sense of danger made him retreat instinctively. But it was too late. A powerful suction force came from within the pitch-black cave and wrapped around his body. The level 15 powerhouse was decisive. He immediately tore open a crack in the void and rushed into the cave, despite the risk of being caught in the void turbulence. However, the suction force was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even though he was deep in the void turbulence, the suction force still pulled him in. In an instant, he turned into a ray of black light and was sucked into the pitch-black cave with a furious roar. He could not resist at all. A few hundred feet away, the four people stared at the scene with their mouths agape. What the hell is in there? How did Xiangyin get sucked away just like that? One of the 15th Order powerhouses sucked in a breath of cold air as his scalp went numb. Your Majesty, did the letter say that the spirit root was guarded by any dangerous monsters or divine beasts? The beautiful lady in blue could not help but look at the Shang King from the side. The Shang King shook his head as a grave expression appeared on his face. That elder was not weak. Although he had just reached level 15 not long ago, he was not an ordinary person either. Yet, such a powerhouse was dragged in without any resistance. It was truly frightening. For a moment, the outside of the cave fell into silence. This pitch-black cave was too strange. After a while, the Shang King raised his head and looked at the pitch-black cave. I'll go in. The rest of you stay here. The blue-clothed woman was startled. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Just now, Xiangyin was sucked in without being able to resist at all. I'm afraid that his situation bodes ill rather than well. Your Majesty, you cannot take the risk. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with undisguised concern. That's right, Your Majesty. There are spiritual herbs and spiritual roots everywhere here. You don't have to take the risk at all. The other Fifth Order powerhouses, the old woman in flowery robes and the old man in beastly clothes, were also trying their best to persuade him. Your Majesty, you can come and take the treasures here in the future. However, if something happens to you, it will be a disaster for our great Shang tribe. That's right. If it really doesn't work, we can move the great Shang tribe from the forest wasteland to here. The Shang King shook his head. You don't have to say anymore. I know that you're thinking for me. Do you think that I can give up the ancestral land of the great Shang tribe? Moreover, if we move the tribe from the forest wasteland to the cloud region, the journey is long and there are countless forces. Even if we can move the tribe here, I'm afraid that the children of the great Shang tribe will suffer heavy casualties. How could this king bear to do that? After he finished speaking, he looked at the four elders who were silent. Moreover, since ancient times, riches are sought from danger. If I'm able to obtain this connate spirit root, my strength will improve greatly. Not only will I be able to defend the great Shang tribe, I might even be able to expand our territory and push the great Shang tribe further. Seeing that the beautiful woman in blue was about to speak, the Shang King waved his hand. All right, Elder Xiangyin, you don't have to say anything. I made up my mind. The Shang King said with a trace of confidence. He had brought with him the treasure of the great Shang tribe. In a flash, he rushed into the dark cave under the worried gazes of the four Fifth Order powerhouses. Rumble. Just as he had expected, an extremely powerful suction force from the pitch-black cave engulfed his body. The Shang King's expression was calm. The moment the suction force wrapped around him, a yellow pearl appeared in his palm. A pale yellow light enveloped his entire body. His body instantly became countless times heavier, as if he was a huge mountain. In an instant, his body was sucked in, and his speed slowed down significantly. It's working. The Shang King smiled faintly. This yellow pearl was a treasure passed down from generation to generation in the great Shang tribe. It was called the Mountain Pearl. Rumor has it that the ancestors of the great Shang tribe found a mountain fetus in the belly of a huge mountain in the wilderness. It was incarnate divine spirit. The Shang King killed it, refined it, and finally obtained the Mountain Pearl. The Mountain Pearl had many strange abilities and was the treasure of an Earth-type cultivator. Its power was also considerable. After an unknown period of time, the Shang King felt his body being pulled out of the cave for a long time. The suction force grew stronger and stronger. It seemed to be getting closer to the culprit. He secretly activated the mountain pearl's power to the maximum. Bang! His body became as heavy as a terrifying mountain. Suddenly, he stood up and sank into the cave. His body suddenly stopped. Rumble. The suction force around him was like a thunderstorm. Black light filled the sky, and it even had a power that could make one's body go limp. However, when it came into contact with the yellow light of the mountain pearl, it was like rain hitting a banana leaf. It could not move the Shan King at all. I'd like to see what's in this cave. As the king of the tribe, the Shan King had his own unique curiosity. He also had the adventurous spirit of a powerful cultivator. More than that, he was eager. There must be a secret in the depths of this cave that could easily suck away a 15th level cultivator. Rumble. His silhouette shifted like a coiled giant. Beneath his feet, the ground harder than diamond appeared one giant and deep footprint after another. As the suction force grew stronger, the Shan King looked down and saw a cave that could fit 4 to 5 people. The terrifying suction force was coming from below. It was a slanted stone slope that was more than 60 degrees. Relying on a mountain pearl's power, the Shan King walked down step by step. Bang! Under the terrifying suction force, his body suddenly tilted to the side. Unable to control himself, his entire body fell to the ground with a violent tremor. It was as if a mountain had fallen to the ground. The Shan King scrambled to his feet in a wretched manner. The power of the mountain bead had been pushed to its maximum. He looked up and scanned his surroundings. There was no doubt that he was in a natural stone chamber. It looked very ordinary. However, when he took a closer look, his eyes widened. 2 incomparably huge springs appeared in the stone chamber. One emitted a rainbow light, while the other was dark and deep. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that in the middle of the 2 springs, a pale golden gourd vine appeared in front of him. The gourd vine had 3 connate gourds, 1 big and 2 small. It made him smile. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.